is better, such that the utility that they possess is worth their actual salt, so to speak, right? It's that term where you
So should we start by removing the Rothschild banking system, the education system? Because I mean, I didn't go to school, I was homeschooled. Well, holy crap.
I didn't go to school either. I fucking think that's all stupid. I think that's already taking place. Like, you have something like Adapter, for instance. I have high hopes that that succeeds. It would be great if that's like hyperscale. They have a better type of education. Because, I mean, look, education itself has not always been shit, right? You know, people in the past have been very skilled individuals, especially when it comes to the educational system, mostly about the 40s and 50s and 60s. There's been some very amazing examples that came out of that. As a matter of fact, if you wanted to understand math, you wanted to understand finance, there's like a fucking book from the 1960s on basic fucking accounting that teaches you more today in this one volume than it does when you read like 15 other books, which is garbage today. Everything's inflated. Everything is useless. It'll teach you ways to solve a particular problem on paper that make absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I don't do math.
You should do math.
No. I let others do math.
If you don't do math, you don't understand the structure of the universe. You have to understand math. Math is everything. The universe is math. The universe is a fucking fractal.
Yeah.
Everything is. The thing that you love, the blockchain, is all not just a result of math being understood.
Blockchain is a marketing term. No. Blockchain is just a ledger. You will literally...
Being called blockchain is a very average term. We can use that as well. I think that's easier for people to understand. So we'll use that as a medium.
Only one of the 15,000 components of dancing.
Yes, but that is one of the 15,000 components that people will actually understand. You can't just like go ahead and start talking about other components that no one has ever heard of, no one's going to parse.
Ledger.
It's another thing. We're talking about not just value transmission, but knowledge transmission.
Ledger. Everybody knows what a ledger is. Everybody who ever's done business or whatever knows what a ledger is.
Yes, but blockchain is better understood. Yeah, blockchain is understood. It's a fancy way of work. You can also call it a time chain, which is what it was actually supposed to be called within the context of Bitcoin, because that's what Satoshi Nakamoto wrote into the original paper itself, which I read. It's very nice. He's quite a whatever team. I don't know whatever wrote that. Very intelligent,
conglomerate,
superior being.
80 years of technology and internet computing and money and theory and 1,000 years of monetary history and Keynesian economics, all into one little thing that humans engineered for a better life. We just need to educate people.
Yeah, but there's a very particular type of mindset to approach that. Otherwise,
freedom. Nobody says no to freedom. Freedom. Look at El Salvador. What do you think of El Salvador?
I fully disagree. A lot of people say no to freedom because the freedom is the freedom to succeed is also the freedom to fail. So if you yourself say yes to freedom, then you also say yes to failure. And most people that actually want to say yes to failure, they actually don't want to have failure be an option at all. So if you don't have any options at all, then you couldn't fail. Right? So people, I think the majority of the people who are quite average would gladly sacrifice their freedom if it means security. 100%. There's no
I agree.
Why do you think we are the shit that we are today? Because they blindly just follow whatever order has been given that then basically leads to I don't have to worry about this because it's been taken care of, for me. Like, how many orders have been given? How many orders have been followed blindly? And where does that lead? That is the average of everything that exists. This is why we are here, where we are today with these issues, because that is how it is. People will gladly sacrifice their freedom if the outcome is a nicer lifestyle. See, there is no failure if there's no choice that could lead to failure, only to the success that's been deemed for you. That is the world in which we live. So yes, people would instantly sacrifice their freedom for shit like that. Instantly, no question.
But don't you think that if you could educate people about a completely different, basically like different society, parallel economy, parallel society, parallel communities, everything. People are just saying, fuck this, I don't want to deal with your fiat call anymore. I'm going to go and buy a piece of land or whatever. And then here's the other thing. How do you even own land anymore? How do you own anything anymore? How do you own anything anymore? Your government.
That's because everyone agrees that you actually own it.
Huh?
That's because everyone agrees that you actually own it, for which you need a system that is in place, which is a system that people want to tear down, not refine, which is a mistake. Do you ever ask, like, which one, how many of the people who are extremely stupid push for this idea of destroy system? That's like the dumbest idea in the universe. You have to refine an existing system, not destroy it, because a system that you are living in that enables you to have any freedom at all is the thing that you're threatening to destroy.
They've watched too many movies.
Well,
Yes.
actually, about the movies and about what freedom is, there is a great quote from the Matrix movie where Morpheus says, when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we're trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand that most of these people are not ready to be unplugged, and many of them are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on the system, they will fight to protect it.
The irony, in fact, of this entire movie is the fact that neither of the sides, except for the machines truly understood what was happening, ever basically given a choice to people that wasn't actually a choice in and of itself. It was a purpose that was predefined as a error correction mechanism, which is what Neo was. If you only look at the surface of the movie and think that that's like the way it is, it's actually a very more complex, deep explanation of how people sacrifice their freedoms and how purpose itself just guides every choice, such that you effectively don't even have a choice, never do. You have purpose, right? And with that purpose comes whatever you need to do to achieve the fulfillment of that purpose. Everything else does not matter. This is literally how life works. And if you don't have that, then you have no purpose. And without purpose, you have no meaning, you have no choice, you have no nothing, you have no life. You actually have just an existence where you're just a little bit of dirt and carbon that is configured in various ways, drifting through the universe wherever time blows you. And then that's just it. You're nothing. You're like just that. You're just dust. You've never brought any purpose to the dust of which you're made. Them stars died for nothing, basically. My point of that.
Well, it's actually I found it like an expression of kind of like Zen Buddhism, actually, that it's all illusion and like.
Well, of course, but that is still the point. If you want to make sense of that from your own perspective, I think you should have purpose. And if you say it's all just an illusion, you give up on purpose, then you have no meaning in life whatsoever. So it's a discarding of the meaning. You shouldn't do that either. I think you should take your purpose, you should take it seriously, you should try and fulfill it as much as you can, and find an honorable purpose worth fighting for and worth dying for. That is how life should work. Always. That is how the best outcomes for life have always worked.
Question.
Yeah.
How can you find purpose in life if you're working 3 jobs?
You can't,
Except
that you have like this, you can't in a conventional sense. You can't in a conventional sense. You can at least, you may work 3 jobs, but there will always be a little bit of time left somewhere to do something else. You find purpose in educating yourself in small areas and looking for an option for a way out, because there will always be a way out somewhere. You'll actually find that the doors are all around you, but to walk through them is the actual choice which you always struggle to make because you don't actually see it, because you don't look for the options. Luck is nothing more, I think, than a filter that you have, right? You look into the universe and you say, I want to succeed, but what is your definition of success? Where do you want to see yourself? What exactly do you think is something you would love to do? You set that as an actual filter and let the distribution curve take care of the rest of that. And then you get distributed and assigned to your position within the universe, merely by seeking it, because you seek out your purpose as much as it seeks you out as well. Because that's the first step. The door is shown, you're the one that has to walk through it by your own choice, even though that choice itself may be very difficult. Many people themselves have come from those places of absolute struggle, coming from nothing, absolute fucking nothing, and have made a lot for themselves. Elon, of course, being an example of this, right? This is a person who had to basically come from what is essentially nothing, and nothing much but a bunch of books and a backpack and clothes, and turned himself into the man that he is today. Right? That's an example. So like, how do you find purpose? You do crazy fucking stupid shit, and if it works, it gets you to where you need to be.
You're 20 years old, right?
What?
You're 20 years old, 21, how old are you?
Around about, yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Because I've done that. I've achieved that. I got there. I was blessed and lucky, or whatever you want to call it, divine intervention. I was lucky enough to get to where exactly everything that you mentioned. And I had the time to find what it was that I needed. But I couldn't keep my fucking money safe from 7% inflation and the bank and the this and the that and the mortgage and the car payments and the this and the that. And there had
You can't keep it safe for the rest of what you do. Yes, you can't keep it safe. Whatever you want to do, you can invest in like a fucking index fund, but then you'll have like a whole crash and whatever the fuck you have. I mean, look, it's just the point. This is the issue that I have with people like victimizing themselves and saying there's like a problem everywhere. Of course, there's a problem everywhere. How much of a buffer can you actually build up and kind of secure over long term that actually allows you to counteract the potential negativity of the problem? Because at the end of the day, the same people that are causing the issues are themselves also the ones who have to live with those issues themselves, because otherwise they themselves could not keep control. So what are they doing? And how much of
you
that
have $1 million in a suitcase. How do you keep that $1 million safe so that you can go out, find a wife, and have kids, and by the time that kid is 18, you still have $1 million in that suitcase?
No, you don't want to have $1 million by the time you grow up. You want to have more than $1 million, and you do that by finding something to put it into. So it could be anything. It could be like a business that you built up that you think is going to be successful, and if it does in fact succeed, then it's going to rake in millions of dollars over terms that are much shorter than, say, years.
Put it in a 10-year treasury bond that yields 2.5%, but inflation is 7%. You're being robbed 3 times more than what the top government bond.
I said the opposite of that.
No, I'm just saying, no, I'm not saying that you said that. I'm just giving an option. You do
that
something
is not an option.
That's what a good financial advisor would tell you. Diversify.
Financial advisors. So the people at Wall Street that fuck everyone. Why would you listen to them? Why would you listen to the people that caused several crashes? Why would you listen to the people who fucking destroyed a bank? Why the fuck would you listen to the Kramer, except do the opposite of what they tell you? They're all the Kramer of the world.
Those are the people who are telling you that Bitcoin is rat poison, and that you should buy the ETH ETF.
Do I listen to them? You have to point out at which point here we actually disagree. We don't. Then I understand what you're trying to make here as a point.
Yeah. The point is, I had the blessing and the time to study something that a lot of other people didn't.
Okay.
Like the internet, like gunpowder, like everything that humans needed to succeed. And there's not a lot more that you need to succeed than maintaining sovereignty over your monetary energy. The Matrix is like about waking up from the fields of them harvesting your time, your energy, everything. You work 3 jobs.
Actually, the Matrix is actually peace farming, but sure.
Harvesting.
You're not supposed to actually wake up from it, you're supposed to coexist at it. You're actually supposed to understand your position within that.
It's a cult. Fiat is a cult.
Gray area. Yeah, everything's a cult. There will always be a cult somewhere. You can't prevent it. It's the nature of all things that force coalesces, much like gravity does to a planet. This gravity and stuff does to a planet. I don't see the point.
I was raised in the cult.
Thanks for
We didn't have a financial system in the cult. We didn't have money in the cult. And leaving the cult after 27 years and being thrust into your fiat system cult that you guys have been...
Who's you guys?
Who's
you guys?
And all of humanity. You don't have a bank account?
Who's you guys? Yeah, of course everybody has a bank account. You need a bank account. What do you do with the fucking money that you get into the bank account is what sets you apart from everyone else has a bank account.
Unbank yourself. You don't need a bank account.
Yeah, you do. If you want to receive money for the utility that you've provided, you'll need a fucking bank account. Obviously. That's how business works, sir.
You think the dollar is money, and that's where we disagree.
It is money. That's what money means. It is a promise of utility that you can then take in exchange for actual utility. And it is the purpose of you taking this a promise for utility and exchanging it into actual utility. You do this as effectively and as fast as possible because the promise of that utility itself diminishes over time. That's what's called inflation. And that's why inflation itself exists, because it's a race against time to take the money and put it back into circulation. Because if you don't do it,
that sounds like a stupid money system, and I don't want to live in that money system. Why do we
Who gives a
blow
shit?
into economics? The whole
Who gives a
world.
shit? You evade it, and you play chess with it for as long as it exists, and even if it doesn't exist, you're the one who still wins because you're the one who owns the utility, not the promise of utility. I don't own promises of utility. I don't give a shit about the promise of utility. I give a shit about the actual utility, that is, say, a stock or a company, or a company that I own.
Then I have a question. What if humans engineered something like the internet, but of money?
That is what money already is. It's
This
just
is what money
less
should be,
smarter,
but
which is what
money
it
should
should be, because if
But
it is
dollars
any
not money,
more
it's
transparent than it
currency.
currently is, then there will be infringements upon your freedom in ways that you can never imagine. You think you're anonymized in those places, you're not.
They killed him. They arrested him. That every attempt at sovereign money has been knocked down by every possible government in the world. We finally engineered a way where these motherfuckers can't stop it.
Okay. Well, you can't stand in your way with the adoption curve here. Let's be real. Because that's not the way that you adopt anyone into a particular
Well, then,
thing.
just look up really quick on Twitter anywhere if you can, or I'll find it for you. I'll share it.
Let's do that.
Curve the internet X.
There we go. I'm being precise. If you want to get precise, we'll be precise. I'm 100% precise. I took so many details.
Technically still called Twitter.
It is not. Okay, then Bitcoin is technically just a dollar with extra steps. That's the same.
The dollar is not money. The dollar is currency. Gold is not a currency. Gold is money. Silver is not a currency.
Their goal is actually commodity.
Commodity. Money.
Money is just promise of utility, actually. So it's always been a promise of utility. It's only the only thing that has varied over time is the definition of that utility, and that the utility in the past was, here is a piece of paper that guarantees you X amount of gold, and then to say that this gold is a promise of utility itself is something else that you yourself can exchange, which is then the value of the paper itself, the contract, right? As is
So the paper was
for any contract.
Not a unit of accounts, so it wasn't money. It's a
It
currency.
is always money. It's all the same shit.
That's what they make you believe. Now,
It's literally the same shit. There's no difference.
but
It's just extra steps with extra steps within extra steps. You own the utility, not the promise of it, nor the representation
Elon
of
Musk
it. You
talking
own the
to a
utility.
moron.
Because everything else doesn't matter.
But you don't actually own it. Okay, then we get
3.5 hours
custody.
till Trump.
Okay, well, what happened in 1911 when we went to war? What's the first thing they take away from you? You gotta turn in your goddamn gold. What happened in 1939? You gotta turn in your goddamn gold. We don't own anything. We can't own anything. The government doesn't let us. We're slaves.
And like I said, you're trying to own a promise of utility, not the actual utility. If you're smart, you'd own the companies or own pieces of those companies that would then contribute to the war effort.
If I were smart, I would own the real estate or the commodity behind whatever the bank that lends that currency to the government takes and considers money.
Oh, you can have land as well. You can have
Even
of course.
smarter.
But again, it doesn't matter. The currency itself can go to shit. I don't care. And it can be replaced with something else. It doesn't matter. The only issue is probably privacy. But then again, whatever your exchange for promise of utility is defined by you and whomever else is entering an agreement with you, because that's all that money is, and all that money in any configuration has ever been through all of history since the time that reading and writing itself was an actual thing, even before that.
I'm going to question the crap out of you. What was the first thing humans used as recorded history as money?
In recorded history, well, I can't recall very far back, but I think one of the most prevalent ones was cowrie shells, and of course, crafting various other kind of shells into things that are actually kind of difficult to replicate, and then we're basically using that difficulty as a means.
Thousands years before that. Big fucking stones with
This
big
is like
holes in them.
this is actually the piece in history which is very relevant, because industry was then developed by other people to then basically make the process of making this currency more efficient, thereby then bankrupting everyone by devaluing that currency. This is actually where currency actually became currency the way that we see it today, where there's actually inflation seen behind something. So you can like go back in time and like use that as an example, but that's the example of how everything escalates to today. Because you have
Well,
this
why did they-
instance in history and it keeps echoing.
Why
Which is
did
also
they-
why you're not supposed to own the fucking cowrie shells. You're supposed to own the utility of what the cowrie shells represent, not the shells themselves, because they're useless. And they will become worthless one day, as all money will. Or even Bitcoin.
Wrong. Because one Bitcoin will always be one Bitcoin.
Maybe.
It doesn't matter
Yeah,
what the value
humans
is.
change. Humans
But
change.
the Bitcoin
and they
network
will discard
can't
things.
change.
There will
Everybody
be
can see
a lot of
it. You
things.
can't change it. That's the whole point
Yes, you
of
can.
it. Is
Well,
that you can't-
if it actually,
People
if
change
the majority
everything
network
like-
agrees that there's a change to be moving, then the network itself will fit the change.
It's called a difficulty adjustment. Quantum computing, it will just trigger the difficulty adjustment. You can add 10 fucking
Yes,
extra
I know,
watts of
but that's
hash
the
power
reason
and
why it changes.
every 10 minutes. Yeah, it's
It's
programmed.
never the same. And it shouldn't be. That's why I don't care. I won't hold value in this thing. I will hold value in utility. It's the only thing that matters. Own businesses or own fractions of those businesses and keep putting the promise of utility into that so that you own the actual utility itself such that more utility can be generated. That's why there is inflation. That's how it was justified. So that you have an actual pressure to spend the shit. So it enters back into circulation.
Horrible! That's the worst idea for money that humans could ever have invented.
It is absolutely not. It creates pressure and force for you to take the value and put it back in the fucking market. As it should be. As it fucking should be.
I want to own the unit of account of that company. I don't want to own the dollar value. Fuck the fucking dollar. I want to own the unit of account to which that company is priced in. Whatever the currency is, yuan, euro, whatever. It doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter. I want the unit of account. I want the fucking real estate. That tells
You know, the real estate will be fucking want, but still you need something to buy that from someone or any kind of utility in exchange for that. Like say for instance you have like an exchange of assets where you say, hey, for instance, I own fucking let's say take it as an example, I own this many shares in Tesla over here, this is how much they're worth at the current price. Here you go, here's my shit. Take it, or you say, here's the potential for it to increase or whatever else. You can craft any agreement that you want because everything boils down to agreements and their enforcement. Everything else is irrelevant.
I'll go through the list of problems in every single one of those scenarios. And the main problem will be
This guy doesn't even know he's really talking to Elon Musk, which I think is the funniest thing. He thinks this is a
whatever
20-year-old
government
kid that
agency is,
sounds like Elon Musk.
whatever stock.
Doesn't matter if you agreed upon a price. Doesn't matter if you agreed upon a price. The contract itself that you agree upon, the agreement itself that you'd have to sign, is the thing that secures all things. That's why we have what is called stock options. For instance.
Okay, so let's say $300 trillion in the stock market, right? That's that value. That's the value of the stock market. $300 trillion.
Yeah, but who cares?
Well, hang on. Hang on. 1.3
This is like
trillion
Elon Musk on Clubhouse now.
Bitcoin network. Now, why would I want to put my money into MicroStrategy or Tesla or into any one of these stocks? If, for example, on the weekend, Iran attacks, knock on wood, Israel. What's the first thing that people are going to sell? The only thing that they can. They're going to sell Bitcoin because they can. They can't sell anything on the stock market. They can do pre-orders or limit orders or whatever, or pre-market orders. But we need 24/7, unstoppable, very, very large amounts of liquidity. And this doesn't exist in the current financial system and the fiat system. We've already fixed
That's
it.
incorrect. There are ways to do this. Many different ways, none of which I feel comfortable explaining. But
On a Saturday
there are
morning.
many ways that is possible because everything
Try
revolves
selling
around
10,000
agreements.
Tesla shares on a Saturday morning because there's a house for sale and you want to buy it. You cannot. You won't be able to. You never will be able to.
You won't have to actually.
You can't. And then try selling GameStop.
No,
when you're up
you won't have to.
You
You
can't.
don't have to move anything anywhere. It stays in place, much like gold could. Everything is just a fractal of an agreement. It
So you
doesn't
can't get the
matter.
liquidity. There's no
Have
liquidity.
you figured it out? It's not about the
No
liquidity.
real liquidity.
It's not about the liquidity.
What's it about? If I want to liquidate assets to purchase another asset and there's no liquidity, how is it not about the liquidity?
thing is-
It's all about the liquidity.
There is always an agreement somewhere that can be made if the value itself can be identified and agreed upon. That is literally the idea and essence of money. It is agreed
Not in the
upon.
stock market. That's the whole problem with the stock market.
There's a beautiful thing in money. Actually, with the stock market, it does apply, which is why there are sentiment engineers. This is what analysts are. They're nothing more than sentiment engineers. So it's like basically saying, hey, I will engineer a stock to perform a certain way. It's nothing more than sentiment engineering. This is why there's a thing such as Jim Cramer. That's why there are always going to be retards who draw lines on a fucking chart even though they do nothing. They only do something because people believe in it, believe in the fact that it does, causing effectively what's like an effective mass hysteria that's saying, yes, these are definitely things that work. The only reason why anyone ever draws line on a chart if they're oblivious or they're trying to figure out what all the retards are doing. That is literally the only reason, right? So they're sentiment engineers, so everything is based upon an actual agreement itself. A consensus. And what does Bitcoin base itself around? A fucking consensus. Everything is consensus, everything is agreement, and what works is what money is. That is consensus. Consensus is the worth. You have consensus of worth around utility that is rendered. That's currency. That's all that it is. It is just an agreement. And it's just consensus, either by two parties or more than two, multiple, extrapolated into infinity. It changes nothing.
Should
Actually, if you extrapolate it into infinity, the agreement is actually stronger because it couldn't be broken by any one person or individual entity. It stays solid based on the mass of basically everyone agreeing on the same thing.
Like Bitcoin, not like the US dollar.
Who gives a shit about the US dollar? Nobody gives a shit about the
dollar.
US dollar. You take it, you spend it for utility, you agree upon the utility being a certain thing, that's why the utility is a utility, and that's
What
it.
if you don't?
The actual demand of the market.
But what if you don't?
And then, if you're actually influential, you then have that within a company, and you sell the company out the assets. It's just a different way. It's just a different way of money transfer. Everyone's transferring worth in ways that is very low and closed-minded. What you're describing makes no sense to me because it is not at the level at which people with a lot of buying power operate. It is just low level, actually. And it's only at that level, if you were to say, have someone who just wants liquidity. It's the lower level. The higher echelons are like a chessboard of agreements. And each chess piece is a company. Within each chess piece is the value of that company. Untouched, staying in its place. The only thing that shifts is the chess piece itself. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Only that. And the consensus is what shapes the thing to be what it is. And it's as easy as it is, and as difficult as it has always ever been and will be.
Very philosophical.
Yeah, but it's reality. Like, I'm not going to lie about what reality is. I'm not going to imagine it's something more complex than it actually is. I don't see it as anything more than that. I actually find that if you stand in your own way about your identification of what reality looks like, you end up fucking yourself. I didn't want that for myself. So it's something that people value in the animals that we have as pets, that we eat, but not something that I value to want to have in myself or other people. So there you go.
I'm processing. I just want to interrupt.
Oh, okay. I think that'll do us a lot.
What, spaces? No, I do public.
No.
Spaces.
No, I do, not just space, I mean, I do spaces a lot as well, but general discussion around the concept of how things work, general research, study, and understanding of the world is very precious to me. Data is very precious to me. Information transmission and management systems are very valuable to me. So I'm here on X. It is a J system. It's a data storage and transmission system. It is money as a platform.
I heard your story of how you got here, why you got here, when you got people listening earlier on. I came around for the same reason. The Kyle Rittenhouse got shot, and I was like, you guys, what the media was saying was literally the opposite of what was happening. And I was like, come on, there's got to be a place where we can get accurate, real-time information. And then the whole Twitter thing blew up. Elon bought Twitter. fucked everything up. That was crazy. Thank God saved democracy or constitutional republic. Yeah, what a journey, man. What a fucking journey.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't disagree on that. I always seek to understand, will always seek to understand. It's nice, right? And ironically enough, I wouldn't have understood any of these things if it weren't for the X platform itself, because it itself is also just an extension of utility. What do you think social capital is? It's even less. Social capital itself is even more complicated than currency itself, subject also to inflation and every other weakness that any currency will always have. Because every single currency has a weakness. And that it doesn't default. Oh, yes, it does.
What's the weakness?
The weakness is the same reason it keeps the dollar in power, and that is agreement that it has value. If there's no more agreement around the fact that it has value, nobody cares in keeping the computers powered up to make it the thing that then gives it value. Then the whole thing disappears. And this will stay around for a very long time. It will stay around for a very long time. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Adrian, these are 2011 arguments. Come on. El Salvador is mining Bitcoin with the volcano.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's absolutely amazing. Bitcoin's going to be around for a very long time. But as it goes, all things must die.
The dollar will not be around for a very long time because they keep sending 65 billion to Ukraine every couple of weeks. So
of course, that's why we'll change it to something else. Everything evolves. That's the idea of how money works. It does always evolve. It does always change.
But we don't need to change the currency. We need to change the unit of account that currency is priced in, because it used to be priced in gold until 1913, until 1971 when Nixon took us off.
Of course.
The point is the money.
Of course.
Is not the
but the currency will be changed to accommodate for a correction that nobody sees coming.
They made the world coin or whatever, the con coin, whatever.
Oh, not the world coin, not that fucking garbage. They're gonna do something else. Like a plan. Put CBDCs in place, but I don't know.
We just need to go back to the goddamn standard of a fucking decent, humane unit of account.
It would be much better to go back to the gold standard, but here we are. You know, you could say, oh, it would be. I don't deal in would be's, I deal in what is and how to deal with what is, as opposed to what could be done. You can do the what coulds with whatever you want to. I'll leave that in your hands. If you can turn that into something, and the shoulds of the world can always occur. But for now, to be real about the situation, one needs to think about the what is of the world. The what is.
But for that, I encourage you to please, with an open mind.
I'm always open minded.
Where you are now. I was once where you are now. As every other Bitcoin on his journey had to go through down the road.
Right?
I know. But holding Bitcoin even in cold storage doesn't mean that you understand. There's a deeper concept to it. I'm not saying that you don't understand.
Otherwise, I would have it.
I'm not saying that you don't.
There's also a reason why I don't have any fucking ETH.
Maybe because the Vitalik is a human and they can go after him, and because 97% of the Ethereum network is hosted by fucking Amazon.
I don't trust Ethereum. I don't like it. It's icky to me. It's not gold.
It's not crypto. It's a network. It's not crypto. It's a whole different thing.
Crypto is weird.
No,
they're all just a fractal deviation of the same
fucking thing. But you can't be so stubborn. You have to. This is why I'm asking you.
I don't disagree with math. I'm not gonna disagree with the nature of the universe because it's an object that is unquestionable.
Simple question. What's the difference between proof of stake, which Ethereum uses, and proof of work, which Bitcoin uses? If you know that, then you know that they're not.
Yeah, I know the difference. One of which is shit, and it's obviously not the one that's proof of work. Proof of work is great. It's nice. Proof of stake is horseshit. I hate it. That's why I don't like Ethereum. That's why I've gone out of Ethereum.
So, do you know that Bitcoin is one of the only, but the biggest proof of work network, the one that takes the energy intensity to secure the data?
Yes. That is why it's still valuable. That's why I am interested in it. But I will not be deluded about what it is and what it can do and what it is.
You don't have to be deluded. You can go and read the code. You can't be deluded.
I need to read the code. Nobody's going to fucking bother about the code. There's a minority of people that will bother about the code that may, ironically itself, control quite a large amount of outcomes for the currency itself, which effectively it does become and should become. But that's about it. That is outside of your control once again. Right? If you accept and understand places in which you yourself have no control, and then work with what that is,
There's
then
only 21 million, June. They can't make more, June. There's only 21 million. Every million
So who cares?
can't buy one.
Okay.
I know.
I'm struggling to see here what the point is.
You are now. I know. It was so fucking hard for me to understand too, but when it hit you like a ton of.
But what are you talking about? That's exactly what the thing is at work and how it has and everything else.
80 years of science and technology and monetary theory and history and everything into one big pill that hits you. It doesn't just come. You have to go after it, and you have to. I'm trying to show you.
I already know all this. I already know all this. So that's the reason why I love Computer Super 2 today. Can you tell me how a lot of NVIDIA GPUs can be rented for a very, very low price, respectively?
Everybody thought Ethereum mining was going to be the next thing. And
Yes, I really thought Ethereum mining was going to be the next thing. Everything was great, everything was beautiful, everybody got the GPUs, everybody put it into the chain, and then of course they moved from proof of work to proof of stake, and then all of a sudden these GPUs and everything became available. Now they're free somehow to the extent that you can use them, and they cost less, which is crazy to me.
You used to be able to mine Bitcoin on a normal CPU.
Yes, that also applies. It drives innovation forward, but what it drives mostly forward is data storage.
It's not data storage. I'm not storing data.
That's
I'm transferring value. Transferring value.
Yeah, but value storage is data storage actually. So value storage is nothing more than data storage. Ultimately, or energy storage actually. That's what it will be. That's what everything will be condensed down to. It's just energy, and that's it. That's also what it is, effectively. Bitcoin. It's just energy storage, but in the fact that energy can't be claimed back from it. Just the utility.
What are you talking about?
Bitcoin, not like the cowrie shells, much like the cowrie shells, except that the cowrie shells have a difficulty adjustment within them. That's the only difference. But it is still also crafted. The difficulty of how to craft it is the thing that gives it its value.
But
nothing that else can be claimed of it.
Value. Your argument is the value of Bitcoin. You're giving 8 billion.
I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying what it is. I'm not going to disagree with basic facts of reality and how energy works, because then you're basically valuing Bitcoin higher than what it actually is, right?
Okay. Or a stored value for 8 billion people around the world that can't be turned off or inflated by their government. Holy fuck, are you serious? That is the value.
You turn energy off, but I think
how can you turn energy off? You can't turn hydroelectricity off. You can't turn volcano power off. You can't turn a bunch of fucking geeks all around the world.
You'd be surprised.
EMP the world, and then we have a bigger problem than Bitcoin's never going down. You know what I mean?
I mean, if that isn't working, like example of ultimate failure, I think when it comes to freedom, would be North Korea. They've successfully managed to turn everything off now.
They're gonna go after Elon Musk because he wants to do a space with the ex-president of the United States. We're already in dystopia, Adrian. We need to fucking escape their goddamn control, and we invent.
Yeah, but then if you think in terms of delusions, it's not gonna work, is it? I'm not saying that the belief in a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin is delusional. I'm just saying that the aspects of how you justify that belief are delusional.
I don't need to believe it. I can verify it. I don't need to believe anyone. I don't need to trust anyone. I can verify the fucking code for myself. And every 10
minutes... There's nothing about the humans. Without the humans, there's nothing. Humans define utility. Without the utility, there is nothing. There's just dirt. That's it.
Humans look for the scarcest asset, the scarcest commodity, something that was easily recognizable, easily divisible, and easily portable. We decided as a race that was what we were going to use as our unit of account. Not the
we decided that cowrie shells were also kind of cool, and then we decided to work with something else.
Rocks, we've been through a lot, man. Paper currency.
Yeah, also been through salt and pepper. So I know about this. I know history of money. I know the history of what else has been identified as money. Anything that's scarce. But at the end of the day, the thing that tended to stay the most valuable is the stake in what creates utility.
What's most valuable is what's scarcest. there's only ever gonna be 21 million Bitcoin, and that's the
You can
only
make an argument for that. I'm sure it's beautiful. It's nice to have value in that. But the actual thing that you'd want to put, this is where nobody puts it into because it's difficult to understand where exactly the value is being created. You have to put the asset itself into the thing that manufactures the utility that gives value to that asset. That's what you want because that's the source of everything. That is God. Companies are God. No. The companies are God. Fuck everything else. Value is defined and tagged to it, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can define an agreement in terms of value and trade. With the currency, you can choose any currency that you want for this. Right now, you can have fiat, or you can have an agreement which basically says it's this price of Bitcoin. It doesn't fucking matter. Right? You can actually choose that for yourself. It depends on whatever agreement you want to draw out, because everything is just an agreement. Everything is just fucking contract. That's what money is. That's what everything is. That's what value is. Value is an agreement. Value is an agreement based on utility. And value and agreements are just a promise of how that utility is being rendered to whichever entity.
Now, what happens when one of these Wall Street companies decides that they're going to use Bitcoin as their unit of account, not the dollar?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's cool. It's cool if they use Bitcoin to value themselves. Fuck it, go for it. I'll invest in it still regardless. But it doesn't matter if the utility of that company itself beyond that point is nothing. Then I wouldn't fucking invest in it because I know it's a fucking failure.
The whole utility of the company is billions and billions of dollars going into Bitcoin, and then holding that and saying that they're never going to sell it.
That's not utility. That's not utility. Utility is making things like cars. Utility is making things like rockets, satellites, fucking infrastructure for what essentially supports the creation of these things. Internet, information management systems like this place. People who work at those places who manufacture, say, code to make sure that the place itself works properly. Invest in that because it will literally control your fucking life, which it does already.
But I don't want to invest in something that's going to give me returns in a failing currency. I want to invest in something that's
not going to give you returns of failing currency. It only gives you returns if that is something that you agree upon how to render. You can also just basically trade the asset itself, not the rendering of what that asset could be into a different asset. You can use that asset itself. It's just agreements, my man. Your contract is like, hey, for instance, I have a fuck ton of shares that are under this fucking company over here. Let's not transfer those shares because that's not going to fucking work. I'm going to sell you the fucking company.
It's still going to be valued in dollars, not in Bitcoin.
Who gets a share and what it's valued in?
What matters is that thing that you're going to value it in is losing its purchasing power. It's losing the value of what it's worth.
It's not.
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter. The numbers don't matter for anything. You can agree on saying, like, for instance, I will give you, actually, you can cut dollars out of the whole process entirely. You can use that as a decision-making factor, for sure, but you can cut that out entirely. You could say, hey, this piece of land here, at this point in time, is worth $3 million, that's like probably X amount of Tesla shares. Here's your Tesla shares, give me your land. Finish.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
Also, you have the company that owns those Tesla shares. Instead, there was no transfer itself except for the ownership of the company itself, which is much better. You get it all wrong. Fuck the money. The utility is what you want to trade. Trade utility. Fuck everything else. The exchange of utility or rendering of a service is then where the currency comes in for like smaller things, such as say, for instance,
why do you own a house?
They could have a cup of coffee. Here's some dirt for your cup of coffee. I take the dirt, I instantly fucking spend it on something.
Why do you own a house? If you own a house, why do you own a house?
So fucking roof over my head.
Also.
The utility of that house is a roof over my head. What do I have to maintain this thing with? Probably with some materials that I buy with what? Right, currency. I have to liquidate something for like a currency to make that happen. Or even better still, if you have an economy that's a little bit more, advanced, then you could even say, here's some share return, or whatever. It doesn't matter. It just does not matter. Oh, hey, hang on a second. I have an issue where, I need to pay, $50,000 for a surgery that I need that will save my fucking life. Where do I have that money stored? Not in a fucking bank account, in stocks.
What if your surgery's on a Saturday and you can't liquidate your stocks on Saturday?
You don't need to. That's why you have the agreements for. You don't need to. That's why you have the agreement. That's why you have the agreements for.
I know, but not everyone's in a fortunate enough country to have that. But anyways, I see your point. I just ask.
That is the issue, and that is the only problem that needs solving.
I just ask that you approach the next couple of years with an open mind because a lot of shit.
Dude, I am the open mind. You don't understand. I see it. There is no issue. I consider all points of perspective in that one regard as what does reality look like? What is reality defined by? How you place yourself within it, and how does reality place you within what you want to be placed in?
The NPCs are fun.
There is no NPCs, my friend. The oldest players, the oldest characters, neither of which are aware of the other, all of which are main, just parts of the stories that you can't understand.
Have you ever
Technically
done?
speaking,
Have you
the
ever?
oldest NPCs.
Have you ever done a religious dose of mushrooms, a good 4 grams on an empty stomach?
I don't need to.
Well, I highly recommend it.
Potentially I will one day, but I have to consider the potential, issues that might cause.
It helps.
Say, for instance, there are people that have underlying issues of schizophrenia that have never been identified before,
Right.
that then get activated, and then some people have like some really bad long-lasting issues right after that. So
Very aware.
one has to consider that. But right, so I myself, unless I am 100% certain of my decision, will not need to take such action.
Okay.
But I think potentially taking some ayahuasca would be kind of cool.
Things like Texas, well, see, you don't need that because ayahuasca is the spiritual part. You just need the reality part. Like get connected with Mother Nature and the oneness of everything, and then you can grow to ayahuasca.
I've done this many times. I know what you speak of. I know what you speak more than you can imagine. See what?
Exactly.
There's no seeing. There's only perceiving.
Please do mushrooms, Adrian. I encourage it.
There's no. You don't understand. You see nothing. You only perceive.
There you go. Okay.
There is nothing.
Right, I misspoke. Pardon my French.
You don't see the fucking mushroom highways. You perceive them because your brain is like a fucking antenna, and the range of how that antenna now receives signals has been wildly expanded to receive things that you otherwise would not have received. But I know how the science of it all works. The beauty in that is to literally that's the idea of the open mind. It's the literal manifestation of the mind opening. And you don't necessarily need psychedelics to accomplish this. You must simply just be aware of what is around you. That is its own connection, because you already are connected to everything. You're just not aware of it. That is the only issue. I think that's the issue with everyone. There's a low sense of awareness. That's why everything is going to shit. I would say I have a very high sense of
our
awareness.
diets and because of our vaccines since like the 40s and 50s.
That's besides the point, of course. I think that kind of plays into our awareness, because you're not aware of certain things. You have not bothered to educate yourself
Aluminum
on certain
buildup
things, and of course you're fucking yourself, right? It's literally how it works out.
Aluminum buildup in the pineal gland.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Slowly but surely.
Garbage that's like in tap water, and why nobody does reverse osmosis, and all blah, 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 blah. I know.
It's a lot of the information.
And aluminium itself also comes from the fucking tap water that everyone encourages you to drink because it's fucking the aluminium flocculation that is used in the treatment. I know about all this. Right, this is also the thing that causes increased rates of dementia, which is also interesting because that kind of tends to parallel out the reality of what's being experienced at the moment. And of course, all this weird stuff, the dietary things, like say this weird trend that everybody drinks fucking Diet Coke, which contains fucking artificial sweetener called saccharin, which is also known as ASK, which is the thing that actually causes fucking cancer. Anyways, look, I know of all this stuff, right? I know of all this. Don't worry, I'm very, very aware. I'm more aware of such things than you can imagine.
Okay,
but you're probing me right now and you're discovering it, so
I'm
much to the entertainment of everyone else, why so many people are listening.
I'm not probing. I just don't know you.
Yes, you are.
No, I would never do that.
No, you are probing.
I would never probe anyone. I only want answers.
Yes, you are. It's a good thing. But dude, why are you interpreting the probing of the brain and the understanding of how the brain works as something that is that?
I
We're just putting on another record.
Probe
That's the
really-
concept of chess with game.
Probe is
in the
very,
head.
very alien.
Probe.
What's the problem with the probe? Why does everybody have such a negative sentiment about probing each other's brains in a figurative manner? I don't understand what's the issue with that. Isn't negative association with the probe because they think it's like a thing that goes up your ass? But it really is not.
Yeah, that's the negative intonation that it carries. I guess you're probing me. I guess it's just.
Who the fucking cares? Why would you listen to a movie or some fucking interpretation of what an alien is? Apparently, I'd say that you have, say, taken, a hero's dose of psilocybin, I assume, right? Given that you are encouraging me to do the same, I assume that this is something that you have done. You have probably spoken to, or have perceived at least, these weird figures that you tend to universally meet when you're on such a trip.
Nope. Never did enough.
Did you? Oh, you never did a hero's dose?
Just enough
to miss out on that one.
Just enough to see the vibrations. And then I was like, oh, okay, there you are.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, well, I guess you didn't talk to the people of Provia.
The lizard people can stay where they are. I'm okay with them.
Bro, you think that the fucking DMT entities are lizard people?
Look,
That's
man, I'm raised from I'm from a country where
that's a
it's weird,
unique take.
frog
Look, I think that's really cool. I wanted to more of that thing.
I mean, they say it's what we get when, like, a pump of that shit when we die, but, like, there's frog chemicals in Brazil that do the same kind of thing.
Okay. What the fucking dude? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing here. Like, this is just fun. I'm just entertained by this action. This is the reason why anything is ever done. It's for entertainment. Purely.
I don't know if I
Yes.
agree with that, but I'm too tired to
Well,
process it.
the end game.
Wow, what sort of I? Look, literally, you're talking to a guy who's
I know,
functioning off of 1 hour of sleep.
Now-
Nothing makes sense here, okay?
At the very end of the day, the end game is to have fun.
Yes.
And be good to other
The
people.
fucking limbic system defines everything for you. That defines value. Everything you have to do is your limbic system. You're enslaved to it forever. That's not a negative thing. It's only a negative thing if you allow it to be.
Just be good to the other people in your goddamn journey. You don't need to be an asshole. You don't need to wake up and be a cop. Just be nice. Just be nice.
You know this. I mean, nice. Dude, this is my idea of being nice. My idea of having a conversation. I like a conversation. I like proving.
I'm talking about those people at the airport that stop in front of the escalator for no goddamn reason.
I understand. Or the people who fucking stop at the moment's sighting of a fucking yellow light for no reason, even though they could have crossed a long time ago. Yes, I know. Many such cases.
Okay, now last thing
You're forced to be brave on it.
Last thing before I go to bed. Why is there a fucking chain on the foot of the Statue of Liberty? And why does that not look like a man? And why is it a Satanist cult?
There are a lot of answers to that question, none of which I would want to air.
I understand. Good night. Goodbye, and stay safe. No, be good to yourself and be safe around you guys. The journey is the destination. It's a fun ride.
I know. I'm very aware.
Goodbye, Elon.
It's not Elon Musk, but sure. Goodbye. Is that the entire premise? Oh my god. Wait a minute. So that was the punchline. The punchline was Elon. Oh motherfucker. Wait, does this guy legitimately think that he just spoke to Elon? Oh fuck.
Wow.
I was just. Okay, let's be honest. If I was explaining to you the things I was explaining to you in the way that I was explaining them to you right now, the way that we were kind of like seeing the show play out, would you yourself believe that you're actually talking to Elon?
No.
No? What would give it away?
Well, the fact that Elon has to run.
No, but logically, I mean, that's besides the point. No, in terms of knowledge, though, like play devil's advocate in the favor of the guy here, right? Aside from the sped up speech, you would almost assume that there is some similarity there in that sense, right?
Absolutely.
When it comes to the discussion point.
Yeah, 100%.
There you go. That is, I think, the only convincing factor that many people kind of hinge on, because who the fuck would talk about these kinds of things out of random? This is like out of pocket. There was no way that I was planning to discuss this. But I am fucking glad. I love it when people probe me on this kind of stuff, because it's something I always think about and I always want to talk about, because this is a beautiful thing. I love it when people probe my brain, because that is the only way that you can truly shine. You're like an endless well of potential. All that is needed is for you to be probed. It sounds wrong. I grant. It sounds wrong. I know it does. Talking about getting probed sounds wrong. I think everybody wants to get probed in a certain way, if you really know what I mean. I mean, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, look, it's just you want to get prompted, don't you probe the AI when you talk to it? Don't you like ask it questions? Are you not intrigued by this thing that's like a lot of data? Are you not intrigued by what governs it? In reality, you're not prompting the AI to understand its data. You're prompting it to understand its governance. As you do with playing any game with anyone. You want to understand the governance.
You're probing AI.
God, I hope fucking somebody recorded this space, because this was one hell of a good conversation. My God. I actually found that was a really nice conversation. I felt that was intellectually enriching to me.
It was great.
For sure it is. Probably also very entertaining people to observe and imagine? Or is it about the entertainment factor, it seems? Ew, nice. I get your timeline settings? Aww, I love that. I forgot how to do that. But you? Bethany, you already with? Yeah, Bethany. Is my mic still working or is it nothing?
Yeah, it works. I think she's mute.
I'm giving it 30 seconds here. At the time policy. Mic check, mic check. Yeah. Seems to be nothing, huh?
Crickets.
Rather unfortunate. Okay. There you go. I didn't even know where I left them up. They were not even fucking following me. Okay, what else? Let's see. I'm feeling rather risk-take-ish today. Did it just turn into the fucking... Did it just turn into fucking the omni-liberal of cryptocurrency discussions? That was wild. Just realized what they did there after the fact, not while it was happening. For sure. Okay. What else do we have? What do we potentially talk about? Oh, there's another earthquake alert.
In LA.
Yeah, guess Lizzo has landed again.
4.5.
Yeah, definitely her. Confirmed. Talk about probing Josh. Hey, Josh.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Adrian. Nobody knows more about probing than me, believe me. I've been probed with so many objects, it's unbelievable. Actually, last week, I was probed with Diet Coke. Can you believe that?
There you go, with that. Hey, can you put a little bit more raspiness in it?
Maybe a little bit more like
This
this.
is-
Maybe a more raspiness in the voice.
You're looking for this version of Trump, right?
There you go. That's
We
the one
love
you want.
Diet Coke. We love it so much.
There you go. See, it sounds much better.
Nobody
We'll round it
loves
out. It's character.
colonoscopies more than me, believe me.
Why do you like colonoscopies?
Because you get probed, okay? You get big league probed.
Just wait until you hear about Neuralink.
Well, the Neuralink's really fantastic. You know, I've heard so many great things about it.
Heard so many great things. Very nice. I like the character here. This is working out very well for you.
The raspy.
The
cartoons.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, sometimes though,
That is actually pretty decent.
it changes though, because when he's speaking a lot, his voice does get raspy, but when he's got a French,
Yeah.
there's no raspiness, so it alternates.
True.
It's a frog in his throat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's when you speak a lot over like extended periods of time that you kind of like tend to deteriorate in terms of voice. Like your vocal cords have a bit of an issue. Like even with me, like if I speak for a very long period of time, like you'll start to realize I'm like that, you know.
Oh yeah, it happens.
They probably like heard me at the end of like a long 1-day session. Like you sit down, and you're like, oh, you know. Yeah, it feels a little bit there, one way or another.
No, I get it. Sometimes it sounds like I've been smoking cigarettes or something, and I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. Never.
What do you normally sound like?
What do I normally sound? You don't think I sound like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking, is there like a default mode?
I do have a
Which is-
default mode. I have many variations. There's this variation, of course. There's the raspier variation. there's the high pitched variation. You know, that one's really, that's my favorite one because it's a lot easier going high than low.
Hmm.
And then there's this version. This is the default.
Oh, yeah.
The default setting.
The default setting, yeah, there you go. You start sounding like yourself.
Yeah, now I'm on default.
Pretty cool. Nice. You have to kind of actually get into it, eh?
Well, you have to make the facial expressions too while you're doing it, even if no one can see your face.
Interesting.
Like with Trump, he squints a lot when he talks. Like he's always ready to do battle. Oh, if that makes sense. Like anytime he's going
Yeah, of
to like
course.
an interview, he's ready to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his lips are like ready to suck off the chrome off the bumper.
That's right.
What in the actual fuck? I'm sorry. What?
Well, there's always so tight that he wants, like, it almost seems like, yeah, the chrome off the bumper.
Bro, holy shit, that sounds like a fucking thing from Ferris Bueller's Day Off where he says that my dad's fucking ass is so fucking tight you can shove a burning coal up in that and it'll turn into a diamond. Same energy, same energy. And it doesn't get any laughter, but I'm like dated like that. I've watched a lot of weird movies in my, like, when I was growing up. A lot of 80s movies, actually. That explains that humor.
You ever seen
I fucking
Arthur?
hated modern movies. I love old movies. They're so good.
You ever seen Arthur? 80s, classic 80s movie?
Oh, that one? No, I haven't seen that one, unfortunately. I haven't only specific one. I've seen like I've seen a few of the classics, of course, that were very popular at the time. One that's very niche is like that private investigator, fucking like, played by Tom Selleck
Pink Panther?
and Magnum. No, that series, like multiple seasons of that series. Magnum PI.
That's old.
That is old as fuck. Nuns don't work outside. That's where that meme is from. I was laughing even harder when I saw that meme because I realized where it was from. The clip. There's so many moments in that series that could be a meme today. Actually, think about it. There's a lot of meme material in there. Speaking of, is that fucking breaking news? Except Lizzo landing, but sure. And for some reason, the spaces that I'm holding right now are quite entertaining. We have like record levels of listeners in here. It's crazy. Almost 600. I had like 600 at some point. We're like at the peak because I'm back. We listen. We talk. We very good. Very nice. Everything happened. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. Give me a couple seconds.
Alright.
He's taking a pee-pee, okay?
So you got a probe?
I'm just gonna
Oh, we're gonna do it.
spot.
He's making a big league number 2.
100%. If it's a number 2, what is the number 1?
I would like a number 1 with a side of French fries and a Diet Coke.
Imagine like fucking ordering this shit at McDonald's with that exact voice. Yeah, Josh, I'm just saying. Like, you could legit just fucking record yourself going to like a drive-through, ordering in exactly that voice, a particular order, and then just appearing there and posting that on X and YouTube or else. Very good short-form content material for that, for sure.
I'm gonna do that maybe as early as tonight.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I'd like a number.
Just don't do it close to a place that you frequent, otherwise, no bueno.
Well, they know me. They know me at the drive-thrus.
Oh yeah, cool. Exactly, it's actually more of a case relation.
In fact, I ordered as Joe Biden just 2 days ago at Dairy Queen.
Wonderful. What about the guy who's like calling for Joe Biden? Joe Biden, where's Joe Biden? That Joe Biden? Joe Biden, wake up.
Wakey, wakey.
That's kind of ironic. Bit of the COVID-19 thing. I was actually kind of locked in at a construction site, literally. And a beautiful wall made out of rocks. Big, beautiful rocks. It's the funniest thing. I could actually always say that. And when I'm next to like that infrastructure, I always tell everyone it's a big, beautiful wall. And everybody, like, on the inside of their brains have struggles with how to receive that info. Because, like, they know what it's a reference to, but they don't know if you're actually being serious about that. And there is a big, beautiful wall, so you kind of have a moment there, and you don't know whether to laugh, whether to be offended, or neither of those things, given that you're actually standing next to the wall of which I speak. And you can't disagree that it's big, beautiful, and a wall.
It's a big, beautiful wall made of big, beautiful rocks.
Just saying. Does that qualify as a good Trumpish, kind of like characterization of my info?
Very sad for our country. I give it actually. I give it a C plus.
Sorry, I only think it's C++. I'm just kidding. Terrible nerd joke, I must say, but, it's whatever. Okay, well, I see a lot of people are jumping in right now, but you've missed one hell. You guys hear me? It's gonna invite a bunch of people up. Yeah, but did you actually hear that conversation I had about monetary systems?
No, I didn't. I was at the gym.
Fuck, you missed out, man. Wiggle, tell me, you fucking missed out.
Yeah, I missed out.
That's not really telling me what it was about.
I hope that like somebody recorded it because the space is unrecorded, and that was like full on me entering a flow state of a guy who's like debating me on Bitcoin and its value and how like basically money and utility itself and the promise thereof actually functions, which is like so great to discuss.
Yeah, it was epic.
Yeah, so give me
And literally his punchline was ending it with "Okay, Elon."
Who is this guy? Yeah.
I don't know, just a random dude that went up who was like in spaces with here for a while, like providing me with updates on things. I was like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna let this guy give it a try. And he started talking about Bitcoin. I was like, okay, fine, we're doing this. Like, we're doing this, we're gonna have a conversation about Bitcoin. That's kind of that sort with that guy. Definitely not disappointed. Definitely not disappointed. I was very impressed. It was a very nice conversation. There was a little bit of something there somewhere, but
By the way,
towards
to make like a
fuck this.
double
Yeah. So what happened, Ava?
You're like double voicing for me.
What does that mean?
Not for me.
Okay, hold on, let me describe it. Hold on.
Actually, that makes sense because they're technically two different instances that I'm connected to at the same time. You remember this one time I connected to like three different, like I created 3 to 4 individual instances and connected to them simultaneously, and it sounded like God. That was fun. The question is, of course, who doesn't want to be digital Jesus? I swear, yeah. Is your ability to understand how algorithms work equate to walking on water? I wonder. I would definitely say so, but that's a personal fucking bias. Also, FYI, that's what he did, but he doesn't schedule that out. Personal policy. Here you are. All standards apply.
I hate the dog shit music they play at gyms. It's fucked so bad.
What is it? What is it? Is it like this? What, actually, no, what is it? What is it?
Some fucking Katy Perry shit. I'm like, why the fuck is this at the gym? Why are you playing this?
Why would you exercise that shit?
I don't know.
Here's the thing. You need the fucking Sigma male grind song where you turn off your brain and you just exercise. That's all you need.
Sigma grind shit.
Look, the music sounds simple, basic, probably a little bit retarded, but that's exactly the type of energy that you need to brutally enhance yourself, no? I mean, you're going to a place to literally destroy your muscles so that they can be built back better. There's literally no logic behind this other than to do this for the purposes of improving yourself, but be brutish in order to attain that. So turn your brain off and get angry.
Okay, play some.
That's quite a liberating feeling.
Do music is what you're
Yes. Except probably you want to be careful with which one exactly you listen to because there's literally pentagrams like coded into the songs themselves.
Yeah, I actually tried to work
The
out.
upside down, not the seal of Solomon, but the upside down version of that, which is the pentagrams. Remember? Ruins, bro.
I actually tried to work out with that to do music once. I figured out that it doesn't work. It's not music suited for the gym.
It needs to be repetitive, rhythmic, in a way that you can match the rhythm. If it's too diverse, it's not going to work out. That's why the funk music kind of works, in a sense. Right? Because it's very basic. It makes you turn your brain off. Makes you feel the beat more than it actually does anything else. It's not designed to like kind of get more of it, just get you along to something, and that's precisely what you want when you're exercising, because that's how you get there, no? Man, what a fucking interesting idea as well. If time I was at, I only slept like 1 hour. I'm honestly fascinated by the fact I'm able to function the way I am. Actually, I slept and I woke up, and it felt like that 1 hour of sleep is the best hour of sleep that I've had in comparison to the 8 hours it made my brain hurt. That was crazy. Like, how does that work? Is that just like you enter this beautiful deep sleep that's the sleep that you actually need for your body, but you're completely fucking beat down? Like, is that the reason why it feels so good? I assume that is the case.
Sleep schedule where they only sleep like 2 or 3 hours, and those people actually get better sleep than people that actually sleep for like 6 hours, 7 hours, because the only sleep they get is like the REM sleep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I kind of do an adaptation of that without me actually being aware of it. So I just basically work until I'm completely dead. Like, there's nothing I want to do. Like, I'm just completely dead, and I switch off the moment I go to bed. That's actually the state in which I sleep
If you're tired,
the best.
that is my preferred sleep method too. Tire the fuck out, where you're barely struggling to keep your eyes open, and then you go to sleep. You'll be refreshed as fuck when you wake up.
Absolutely, yeah. You kind of like have somewhat of an instinct to sleep a little longer, but if you actually then stay awake, bro, you're gonna fucking feel epic. long that's actually sustainable throughout age, we'll have to kind of like figure that one out. But I guess it kind of works out, you know, a little bit. And look at fucking Elon. I think he's doing a similar thing, right? He literally is like doing this either that he's aware of it or not. Nobody's ever asked him that question, as far as I can recall. But yet he works himself out in terms of like he just exerts himself until he's just basically not able to function and just like switches off. Or he powers through it and, well, doesn't all-nighter, which then also happens. Which is like actually interesting because the all-nighter is all about willpower.
This is what people don't understand about like burning out. A lot of people think, oh, I'm burning out, whatever, right? If you actually have to sit down and plan like a vacation or a holiday, what the fuck?
Yeah, for real, for real. Now this space is gonna be the oldest looking thing on my fucking timeline. Does anyone induced? Oh Lord, 144, bro, 144. Look, see, there's 3 4s at the bottom there. If you look at the comments, it's a 1 and 1 and 3 4s. Nice. You could say it's quite wholesome. Well, let's get to the actual fucking point of the exercise. I am going to find some news. If not, I would like some memes. Anybody has a submission for memes? I would like the memes. If you created them yourself, you know, you credit for them. But if you didn't create them yourself, then of course, you know, as all memes go, they get published. And if you want to mark them, well, good, that's a credit that explains itself. But they have to be your fucking memes, not just memes that you took from someone else and the watermarked them. Don't be a bitch. Don't steal shit. You steal memes by not watermarking them. There's a copyright on the open source ability of fucking memes. But if you like steal it, as in you put your fucking right on it, get fucked. Why do you have like such a rule plan on memes? It's hilarious.
Strict meme policy.
Meme policy. I have a policy on memes. Meme policy. Very nice. Just for the fun of it. Now we are doing super speed. Super speed network.
Okay, I'm back. So, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go Adam?
I asked if you guys could hear me. I guess I agree.
I'm gonna let some fresh meat up, so to speak. Sorry if I'm being very logical about my assessments, but that's how you do audience, you know, evaluation. The question is, what's your fucking name? Mike James. What's up, man? Welcome to the stage. First time I'm seeing you around. What brings you by? What's up? No shilling, of course.
I just wanted to get up and see if you guys are real people.
What do you mean?
No, I'm actually a botnet.
No, like legit. What do you mean?
Well, the whole conversation, the way you were spitting out words, when it came to Bitcoin and all that stuff, I was like, this guy is not real.
How's that?
This
How's
guy
that?
can't be real. I mean, he didn't breathe just one after the other. I was like, I was trying to breathe for you.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's
I
just.
was like,
Hey, look,
holy
look, you know how Eminem, Eminem raps? There's a very particular style of how you breathe, right? You maximize everything. Like every single time you take a word or a sentence or something, you actually breathe in between. You ever listen to do you ever listen to Marshall Mathers, how he fucking talks? It's actually, he speaks, and then when there's like a pause somewhere, breathes in, and then continues talking, breathes in, continues talking, breathes in, talk. Also it picks how much kind of storage you have for your breathing, like your capacity of your lungs.
Yeah.
It's also a very
That's pretty insane.
particular
No, I ain't gonna lie.
volume of speaking, so yeah.
That was pretty insane. And then the cherry on the cake on top was, the guy said, thanks, Elon. I died laughing. I had to blow for a second.
I know.
That was
I was
pretty good.
like, whoa. I did not see that punchline coming, I guess, you know.
That was good.
Here's the thing, I know I sound like him, but I talk way fucking faster. Like I've just put so much experience into mastering the art of speaking, I guess, because I've been that socially awkward, so yeah.
No, that shit was
That
funny.
motherfucker's not real. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how I feel right
Yeah,
now.
I
That's fucking back
really
there, real.
yeah.
That's what I want to say. You know what I mean? But no, you're real.
Sure. I mean, I had a lot of fun. It's like the flow state is activated. I've actually felt this kind of flow state come up only like recently, where I've had these amazing discussions. You know, just happens randomly. I guess I've been able to tap into it a little bit more effectively.
So when you tap into it,
yeah, it's a flow state now.
what do you feel as you tap it into it? Does your brain just open up and all the info is just there, or what happens?
Yeah, freedom.
Because
Freedom. It feels like freedom.
I noticed the difference in your tone and the way you were talking before and after. Because I've been on the space for some time. And I was like, dang, this guy is, he's on something right now.
I'm locked in. Yeah, I'm locked in. You're locked in. That's the poster right there. Yeah, I mean, it just feels liberating. It's like freedom. It's like you're accessing all pieces of information simultaneously. It's a beautiful, liberating feeling.
I enjoyed it.
Actually, hang on a second. Sorry, I had to take a call real quick. I do a lot of multitasking between. Did I miss something?
No, we were talking about what you feel.
Cool. Nice. High efficiency. Oh, well, like I said, it just feels very liberating. It feels like ultimate freedom. It feels like you're connected to every part of your brain. It's like when the weak parts, like usually when you're a person, of course, I'm on the spectrum. I think that's fairly obvious at this point. When you tap into every part of your brain, you have all the knowledge that is accessible to you, and you just in that flow state of accessing all of it and being able to output it at a rapid and accurate rate and an efficient rate, as a matter of fact, which is the most important part of all of that, then you just feel like you're whole, like you're one with everything. It's like I don't understand how to really explain it, but it feels like you're literally one and you're connected with everything. Like you feel yourself being actually you for the first time, you know? Because I think every single time when you're not, say, in a flow state, you're not actually you. It's kind of like a fraction of yourself. But when you're ultimately connecting with everything that you yourself are, not just as a person as projected outwards, that's an estimation of your consciousness, but the actual consciousness itself, shaking hands like that, which I interpret as what the flow state has to be, that is just this amazing feeling of oneness. That's Zen in a sense, and it feels amazing.
What's your preferred drug choice?
I prefer caffeine above all. I do like any of the other drugs. I've never really tried any other drugs except for caffeine and alcohol, and I hate alcohol. I really do. It's a shitty drug. It does the opposite of enlighten you. It depresses you. It's a depressant, not a stimulant. You want to have stimulants, right? That's the thing that kind of allows you to access the flow state, even or assists you along the way of doing so. Kind of lubricates the machine, so to speak, because it puts your metabolism into overdrive, which is also the reason why you have to drink a lot of water, because the body's trying to get rid of the poison, which is effectively the caffeine. and also why you get hungry as fuck afterwards, and why you're super weak because you actually need to eat a lot afterwards because you've been like exerting a lot of not just effort into getting the toxin out of your body, but usually also when you enter flow state, you're exerting yourself mentally. Like right now, my fucking brain is not as hot as it used to be normally, so it's like a good amount of practice has gone in. But yeah, your brain is like a CPU that's been stressed to heat up. It kind of feels like that, or like your RAM almost, but it feels like CPU eating up and the RAM itself being exhausted is like a context window. So yeah, the context window is I use it as a little metaphorical term for this, which is like similar to how AIs function. They have a thing that's called a context window, into which you then basically have a bunch of information, and beyond, say, a set amount of tokens, like say imagine your context window is 10,000 tokens, which is words, and you exceed 10,000 tokens, then all of a sudden the information itself exceeds the context window, and if you have additional information that's important to what the AI is supposed to parse, it just is not able to parse it because it has exceeded the context window. That makes sense.
The tokens aren't necessarily equivalent to words, so.
It's just that it's an oversimplification.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's an oversimplification. I can't just like go super detailed. But if you want to go detailed, you can do that too.
Makes sense.
Like my idea is here to make sense. If you like are very curious into that, then you go deeper. That's what a metaphor is for, right? It's not to give you the exact understanding as how the individual parts function, but to give you an estimation of what it is. And if you are able to grasp that, then you can go deeper. Right? You have to understand what an iceberg is and how deep it potentially is in order to actually venture into it and actually understand how big it really is. Like you have the estimation first. Not just at the tip, but you gotta understand what's underneath that. But you will only truly understand what it's made of and how much it weighs and what the physics of it are. You actually explore it more beyond that. I'm just giving you a concept of iceberg.
I got one random question for you, if you're ready for it.
Sure.
So let's say you got two cutting boards, right? Identical. Dimensions, size, everything is identical. One of them is under a light, and the other one in the shadows. If you measure it down to the nano, would the one with the light on it be thicker, or the one with the shadow? Would they be the same thickness? Would the light add another layer?
One of them. The light technically would, because it kind of behaves, I think, as a force almost. Right? There's almost like particles and also wave at the same time. You can actually have force that comes out as a result of light. So for instance, if you imagine the Death Star, there's like an amazing amount of energy that comes out of it in the form of like this weird death beam, whatever the fuck it is, right? Actually, the thing itself outputs so much force that you'd have to essentially thrust yourself against it because the beam itself would have recoil. You can actually measure in lasers, for instance, that there's actual force as a result of the beam. So maybe when you want to talk about it that way, there could be this object that's under the light that has a little bit more, quote, mass or density or whatever. I want to identify like more something being there. Is that correct assessment?
Yeah. Just random shit that pops in my head.
Nobody's fucking asked me this before, so I really don't. That's the most random question I've ever heard before. No one has literally ever asked me this. I've looked into the concept of how like force comes out of light, and I've never thought I'd ever actually be able to talk about this. I'm telling you, literally in this moment, there's this 5 years been kind of like stored in the back there. And you just like bring up this random ass fucking question. That's just great. I love it.
I did tell you it was random, right?
Yeah, it's perfect. I love it. Randomness rules the
How often
universe.
do you hold a space?
Not every day. I used to do them more frequently as in longer throughout the day. I started earlier and then hold them up for like 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now I just basically do it. I'll do anything. Random stuff. Now I just basically do it. Yeah, I just do it at 9 or 8 p.m. Eastern. That's how I usually start, and then end up about 12 or so. That's what I do these days because it's more, it makes more sense. That's what I do frequently. I do those every single day. Or mostly, yeah. I sometimes have offs, as in I can't make it because, it's difficult, but most of the time I actually have one every single day at roughly at the same time. We call it the information space. So everything is like discussed, philosophy, or whatever you want. Basically, the stuff that makes up everything is the stuff that you want to have a conversation around because you can have an active, play of the minds, which is what creates an electric, compelling conversation. So that's also why people use politics, because they want to argue with one another and how their brains work by using politics as a medium, but he can actually skip past that medium and just take philosophy for its purest sense as a medium to kind of like play chess with a mind. Not that the mind before you is an opposition in a sense, but you're playing to understand one another, not to beat one another. Right? That's the actual idea of a debate. Not to beat one another, but to actually come to a solution. And actual understanding, right? Unfortunately, most people don't play like that, which is quite sad.
So what do you think the conversation between Elon and Trump going to be about? Just everything?
Oh, everything, yeah.
Absolutely everything.
Well, I mean, according to him and what he stated, there should be no limits on topic, so no scripting, random, basically like our information space, so that should be really interesting to listen to. Wait, how many hours is it out?
About 6.
Oh, it's a long way to go. I've been pushing this space through literally all night.
Isn't it 8 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be around 2 hours.
2 hours out, yeah.
2.5 hours.
We came up with 6, that's random.
Yeah, I for some reason thought it's. I looked at the other time zone.
Your own time. Your own time zone, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in Eastern.
That makes sense.
I'm in Eastern, so I just looked at the clock and I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
I know, I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense either. But yeah, 2 hours, should be in about 2 or 3 hours, I think.
No, I
Well,
bought
2.5.
I bought this 80-pound weighted vest and I'm wearing it right now. This shit is fucking killing me.
Bro. You get that after you
Hell
like
yeah,
reach
get
your
after it.
limits, not before.
What?
Saying, hell yeah, man, get after it. That's great.
I think my idea of that is like walking around with a bunch of weights. I used to do that actually. Like walk shit ton of distance with like weights and try to dynamically move with them. And you realize how difficult that actually becomes, how much it actually stresses your body. Holy shit, your forearms become exercised as fuck.
Yeah.
That's how you beat the gaming thing. I'd like take a week off of gaming just to train the forearms. So you could do the next level clicking.
What do Steve play?
That's funny. Well, play Diablo. See, most people need to click a shit ton of things and need to click at a rapid speed, so they use macros to do it, but you get banned for macros. What you could also do is you can look at it a different way. You can become the macro. By clicking like shit. It's crazy. Want to see a video?
Sure.
Hang on, let me find out. Maybe it's around here somewhere.
Video of what?
I'm not going there with you. I'm not going there.
Just a double check.
Ah, fuck. I have to find it. It's like one of the communities that posted it. Ah, fuck. Where is it?
How many people do you think gonna join the space? With
Millions.
Elon and Trump.
Millions,
Millions, right?
I would
Think
assume
hundreds or
has
just
to be
tens?
millions, bro. Millions.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Oh, it should be.
Yeah, I assume like anywhere between 1 to 2, maybe 3, 5, 4, 5 million, something like that. Anywhere between that, 1 to 4 or 5 million.
But like,
The fact that that's happening on a social media platform.
yeah, I just
Wild.
Mind-
Look at our lifetimes, man.
Right?
Look at our
Just think
lifetimes.
about it.
I just hope the space can hold up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was my thing.
I mean, look, this space
You think
here
this space
hasn't
gonna hold?
had. Yeah, I mean, look at this space. It has been less glitches than ever before.
But like,
Honestly.
but I mean, a million synchronous connections is you know, it's like
They've been testing it, man. They've been testing it. I'm pretty sure they have a lot of confidence in it. Like, I mean, look, they basically opened a space and added to it 10 million connections. So if that's not a successful test, and if that hasn't broken the space entirely, I don't know what will.
yeah.
Do you think Elon will go public with X?
I doubt it, but I doubt it. I actually doubt it. He's going to listen with fucking Tesla. You don't want to take X public. Absolutely not. Not at this state. Never. It would have to become profitable for, I think, multiple years, and then you can consider it. Like with SpaceX, same shit. Cannot be public.
You saying not at this state, never. So you're just gonna stay at this state forever?
Shareholders, public stock shareholders are kind of retarded.
You don't want, like, basically, you don't want to have that, because look at what they've done to Tesla. Look at the shit that he's facing as a result of that company being public. There's a reason why he keeps fucking SpaceX and Starlink private. Why he keeps X private.
Yeah, I think
trusted amount of investors.
A lot of shareholders, they don't understand the actual core business model of the company.
Quote shareholders, by the way, the quote shareholders, because there are people who represent them, and there are stupid fucking Wall Street analysts that cause it crashes every now and then and draw lines on a goddamn chart.
Yeah.
That's the people who you'll deal with. They don't understand the business. They don't understand investing. They understand trading. You don't put a fucking trader in an investor's position. Not happening.
But even the investors, right? A lot of them don't understand like the business itself, right? And all they care about is quarter profits, right? Quarter over quarter. Sometimes you need to make shit decisions in the short term that pay off in the long term, right? But if you do that in a company, oh my God, he's down this quarter. You can't fucking do this. They'll fucking freak out, and then they make the company do shit.
That's what the negative 4 quarters in a row. What does that tell you about the stockholders?
I mean, Tesla is a bit different because like Elon has more control over it, right? Same thing with like Meta, because Meta is like it's mostly controlled by Mark Zuckerberg itself as well. I think you need a degree of that, because otherwise the shareholders are going to start doing stupid shit. I think with public companies, like 90% of the time a public company has failed, it's because the shareholders made them do something stupid. The other 10% is Boeing and Co.
They also feel like the shareholders are investing in the speculation of the price going up versus the actual tech. I feel like 2 different mindsets. I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, that's
what I feel like.
Well, there's different types of investing. It's not just you put your money in stocks and that's the end of it, and every stock behaves the same way. You invest in dividend stocks if you have like a dividend strategy. You invest in like growth stocks if you think this company is going to continue to grow. All these companies are meant to fulfill different things. They're not all meant to be the same thing just because they're stocks.
Yeah. There's a lot of little nuance and things that those people miss that actually makes a company successful, and you kind of trust those people who are just basically doing a job. You're not supposed to do that as a job. You're supposed to do that as something with a bit of a almost religious aura to it, because you buy into the volition of the people bringing forward a company. You don't buy into the company with money, but you buy into the founders themselves because you trust in the people bringing the company forward. That's the only thing that makes companies valuable. It's the people behind them, the people in them that bring it forward, especially when it comes to like vision. A la Steve Jobs and this trusted side, which made everything possible, made all the trains run on time, my dear friend Tim Cook. Which is also why Apple doesn't innovate as much anymore, because Tim Cook.
Well, I mean, it's you could argue it's a different type of innovation that Tim Cook is doing. It's just no longer
preservative.
Well, no, I'm talking about with the actual manufacturing processes themselves. Right.
Apple Vision Pro did not take off, now did it? Right.
Well, I'm not just talking about the Apple Vision Pro, I'm also talking about the iPhones and iPads, and they basically standardize a bunch of the tech that's made the smartphone market what it is, right? It's just that they're not doing anything on the client side, the actual customer side. They're more doing it on because they want to meet a certain criteria of quality, right? They have taken.
Yeah, but also when you talk about innovation, I talk in terms of rates, and the rate is very low. The security is very high, but that of course translates to everything that the universe operates by, which is high risk, high reward, low risk, low reward. That's exactly what that looks like. Low rate of innovation, good quality, less complaints, less issues, but also the iPhone fucking whatever and whatnot number that's like 1 or 2 generations behind, it looks and almost functions exactly the same as the one that just came out a couple days ago, right? There's almost no difference.
I think we could argue that the only product that Tim Cook has released that hasn't taken off is the Vision Pro, though. Right? Every other product that Apple has taken.
Yeah, every other product is just kind of driving it forward, what exactly already exists, but the reiteration is very low. That's what I'm saying.
There's no innovation. There's no innovation, but definitely financially.
Yeah, of course. No, I'm not denying this. I'm just saying that that's what it looks like. That's why when you look at companies and you look at what state they're in, right now for Apple, you don't actually need innovation. They're not dependent upon that. They can have like a slow rate of innovation, that's good enough. It keeps the company relevant, but beyond that, you don't actually need much of anything.
I mean,
right? That's the argument that I'm making. If you have a company that's founded, you need a visionary that's fucking crazy, and a person that keeps the crazy person in check.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're both people, right? If you're a crazy person who's also keeping yourself in check, but that's hardly ever there.
I think it's you also like can't understate like the contributions they've made to ARM itself, the actual chips that are now on every other phone.
Well, yeah, of course, it's all interlinked. I'm just explaining how it is, how reality looks like at the moment.
I'm saying Apple has moved from a company that innovates on the client side to a company that innovates in the back end. So it's not this.
I would rather say it's different. It's a company that standardizes.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
It innovates in terms of standardization, which is a very slow, sluggish rate of innovation with a high sense of security in terms of value. It goes up by small amounts, gratitude, but up.
Apple literally created Thunderbolt with Intel. You know, they created all the manufacturing processes that phones and computers now rely on. They made a lot of contributions to ARM, right?
It's a low risk innovation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we keep repeating the same thing we're saying. Different configurations, but sure.
If you want to add a word to the dictionary, just one random ass word, what would it be?
That's a good question, actually. I don't really like see one. There must be like a description for something that you're feeling, I guess. There's some stuff that's missing in the English language, for instance, that I think needs to be added. Some stuff that's there that needs to be removed. Some things that are just weirdly dependent upon context and didn't make any sense that needs to be potentially a little bit changed. But that's kind of like what I've seen. There's specific examples.
These.
I go like them, not for sure.
By the way, Mike, why do you have like an Iraq flag in your name?
I was born and raised in Baghdad.
Oh, okay. Are you American or like well, when I say American,
Yeah.
I mean like ethnically American.
I was born and raised in Iraq, moved to the United States in 2009.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. I don't know.
I got so many more questions, but I'm about to get into a pretty bad area in Oklahoma. No service, so, but I want to ask a lot of questions. Just turn some gears.
I mean, hopefully one day we're gonna have the T-Mobile partnership with the SpaceX rockets, you know, satellites for Starlink, and then you won't have bad service anywhere in the world.
potentially go the more, you know, conquest-based route of live and let die.
So there's a question for Adrian
Go for it.
from Gorlak Yellow Tooth. What's your thoughts on Rio?
Wild.
What are your thoughts on Rio Tinto in Argentina developing lithium deposits?
Oh, the thing is BlackRock's behind, huh? I don't really want to talk about that. I saw that a lot of people who are in this area disapprove of it quite vehemently to the point that there are several protests and such, so I don't live there, I don't really have an opinion on that, and nor do I really want to voice one. Just positioning, I guess. So, sorry if I gave you a little bit of a nothing burger there, I apologize.
Another question from Iak. What do you think about a timer function on Spaces? Can customize it however you want, from 1 second to 99, etc.
Dude, we need that 100%. That needs to happen 100%. There needs to be a fucking timer option that just instantly mutes a motherfucker. Like that needs to happen. I 100% say like please make that happen at some point. Because when you have an actual debate of some kind, you have to then, I mean, you could kind of regulate it yourself personally by having like a kind of timer, and then you just, you know, put it out there, but I don't know. Realistically speaking, I think it's about tackling points, and you have how to explain this? You focus on a point-by-point based exchange that's agreed upon. So say, for instance, you have a discussion where you need to break something down that the person is saying. It's like, okay, I'm gonna have to break this down to like multiple parts. I'll give you like the assessment of parts that I think this will break into, and then we'll decide whether or not it's kind of, you know, going on for too long. And then you have the obligation, and even more or less, you have the obligation to keep your explanation as concise as possible, but also to stick to the amount of points that the other person is giving you. Like say, for instance, I'm addressing a particular point of a particular system, I'm putting my opinions and thoughts of it forward, then you are disputing that or agreeing with me on that point in various ways. And we have like a bit of a back and forth, and we can have like a dynamic conversation where an opponent makes a point, I discuss the point, I make my own point, that person discusses my point, they make a point, I discuss their point, blah, 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 stacks up like a fucking a stack of bricks. That's actually how a dynamic conversation works, right? So I think that's how we could actually do that. So yeah.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you something. I'm like 99% sure this is parody, but it's still like good rage bait.
Rage bait. Oh, great. Let's see what it is. Where are you gonna send it? X signal?
X. I sent it on X.
Okay.
I sent it on X because it's a tweet.
All right, let's take a look. All right, I'm gonna look into this. Gender studies. First of all, your take is if you're a gender. Let's pick that apart more, piece by piece here. Should I read this? Should I read this fucking garbage? I'll read this fucking garbage after all of your brain cells and stuff is all with me.
Worksman power expert.
Yeah, that's cool. Woman or Worksman power expert, PhD in gender studies, call themselves she, her. Cool, right? We've accepted this. Now we're going to go into the basis of their argument. Trump being allowed on Twitter. Yes, I'm calling it Twitter specifically because I hate capitalist billionaires. Capitalistic billionaires, sorry. Literally goes against everything about free speech. Free speech is free speech, and free speech is free speech. It should be allowed on here. However, hate speech isn't free speech, so someone who has a history of posting mean tweets that scare, hurt, and offend people is going against the concept of free speech and shouldn't be allowed on Twitter. I said it again. Weird smiley face. I should have the right to not get so upset from tweets that go against my views and cause me to smash things. Okay, well, this is all the things that we're going to pick apart here. First of all, we're going to start with the gender studies PhD thing. As a person who's apparently a woman power expert, whatever you want to call yourself, especially when it comes to PhD, and I know you're going to be misandrous towards me and say that I'm mansplaining, which is, of course, a misandrous term. You know exactly what you're doing when you're voicing this. I'm going to say, first of all, stop dead naming a platform. I believe that someone who's an expert in gender studies would understand not to dead name people. That's kind of fucked up. I kind of would say that's a little bit concerning, and I would appreciate that you would respect the transition of the platform. Okay. Second of all, capitalistic billionaires are not an issue. They're the ones that create the platform upon which you complain. Second of all, hate itself is subjective, and mean posts are allowed to exist. I don't care what it is. If you get offended by that, that's entirely your problem. If it is something that directly attacks you, then you can have a conversation about that, and something can be done. Probably an apology and a remedy can be sought. However, beyond that, nobody gives a shit. You should see the stuff that I get on a daily basis. I get daily basis requests of fucking offing myself, get daily weird ass fucking shit of saying, just go do some other weird shit, or like saying that I'm a piece of garbage, or like all kinds of mean ass stuff. I don't give a damn. I actually think it's funny. I laugh about it. I laugh in the face of this stuff because I have actual sense of self-security, right? Because I know what I identify as, I know what I'm doing. This just screams insecurity. Also, it's posts, not tweets. Again, I'm just like saying, don't dead name, please. We're very sensitive with this topic. I can only imagine that in respect of a platform, it's if you have to like kind of do that, just because you have a what is actually, I think this is a dislike that errs on the disgust and potentially also hate for a particular individual of a particular status in society and also achievement. That you take this out on the creation or the transforming of a platform by dead naming it is kind of an issue. So you're full of shit. Holy fuck, I just broke that down with some eloquence, didn't I?
The thing is, I'm pretty sure it's a parody. So,
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it's a parody. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just eloquently going through this. Who did they follow? I wonder. Joined in July of 2023. Oh wow, yeah, dude. Yeah, this one's great. COVID response too. Ooh, you got all the good ones. I should follow these accounts myself. Anyways, I have to be like conclusionary, right?
Jill
What's some
Biden.
stuff? A lot of far-right Islamophobic stuff that we're posting about. God damn. I love it. It's 100% rage bait. Look at this. You have a quote from fucking Martin Luther King that says, "I look to a day when people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." And then literally below that she says, "White folks, please consider." This is not even discovered. I mean, either this is parody or rage bait. I can't tell which one it is, but it's just too easy. You know, it's got to be a bat of some kind. So toss it off to the side of relevancy. We're moving on. Good catch though, Anna. Thanks.
She, her in bio is haram.
I mean, I don't have a representation of that, but if that's your particular religion that you're feeling free to express, then I will not oppose it. It is, what is it? The inclusion aspect of the D to my I and the E. But I'm not fucking practice DI and you're gonna hate me for it. But why? I'm just being diversive, and I'm being inclusive, and I'm being equitous with my ability to shit on people and concepts, or even explain it. You can be equitous to me too. You can call me out on all kinds of stuff. I'm all here for it, man. See, DI can be fun. I'm just kidding. Friendly piece of advice. Do not identify as everything. Do not identify as something that is obviously intended to troll that could be misinterpreted as something that is not exactly constructive, because of course you know what you're doing. The trolling is not exactly constructive, or it could be constructive for character and security. I kind of feel like it is not going to be too constructive for the actual security of the character itself, given the insecurities that exist within that character. So, yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Alright, whoever fucking wants to come up, they have to make sure they follow me fucking first, otherwise there's a 0 chance of getting up. 100%, not happening. I have standards, you see. You see a space with several hundreds of listeners in it. The privilege of you getting up here is the ticket of you following me. That's the issue, you know. That's the standard. We'll follow that. 500,000 people, I mean, come on.
What if Jeff Bezos himself wants to request to come up?
There are exceptions, like you obviously have much more money than me. I'm just gonna be honest here, I'm a very capitalistic individual. If you have more fucking dough than me, I'm fucking letting you up to like hear what you say. Because I mean, look, how many opportunities do you get to actually trash someone who's like much bigger than you, or potentially have a constructive conversation? It's like a huge opportunity. But if you're like someone who's basically 100th of my size in every respect, again, I'm gonna need to see some utility. Like I spent a lot of time on here, a lot of effort. You know, this is all kind of stuff. You know, you have to like eat, you have to like sleep well. Sleep well, fuck me, I always slept like an hour. Oh, and you got to take abuse too. Oh.
I actually like Jeff. I think what he's done with Amazon is amazing.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe Blue Origin.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Blue Origin. Yeah. Blue Origin is not as amazing, but.
Ew. There's an unnecessary. That is an unnecessary element of one-upsmanship in a game that really makes you look kind of undersized for the profession that you're entering.
I also like I know people that work at Amazon, right? And like not the like the tech sector of it, right? Not the.
I made like a little distinction there.
Yeah, no, it's like saying I know people that work at Uber, right? I mean Uber corporate, not Uber the fucking driver. But yeah, I was talking to some people with the Amazon that work on the Amazon tech section, and like some of the shit that he's come up with for the company, like I can definitely see why the company is successful because like no one else was doing this shit before him.
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna let some fresh meat up and see if we can have an interesting discussion. Well, I'm gonna rinse through this and see what happens. We're running a very dynamic show. It's great. Gotta take advantage of the situation. So we have Andrea, welcome to the stage. What brings you here?
Hi. I have a headache. I'm just a loyal listener.
Interesting. Okay, that's a unique take. I didn't expect that. Cool. So why'd you request to speak?
Just to say hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, awesome. Let's move on to Yuzi real quick here. Yuzi, what's up? What brings you by?
Nothing much.
You're a frequenter.
I always have a panic attack when I come on the speaker board, so working through.
Oh man, all comfortable. You should look at the way that I operate this. You know, I only have like 1 year of experience. Come on, man, don't worry about it.
I mean, I'm usually in Tesla Live, and if you say something dopey, you just get bounced. So, and it's about the same listeners, but you're sort of a force.
Yes. So here's the thing, if you're going to say a whole bunch of shit, I will call you out on it, but I won't be an asshole, okay? Because I understand my position, and I like to be an asshole professionally, okay? There's a difference between being an unprofessional asshole, which is like being a drunk, and a professional asshole, which is like a person who is elevated by some sort of stimulant substance that is really looking forward to making a point about something in a way that you least expected, with a lot of twists and turns in ways that are very effective. So a little bit of different asshole I am. In fact, I mean, look at what I just did to a post. I dissected that, and kind of spoke to that noise that were probably not as constructive to the post itself, but kind of constructive in a sense that needed to happen. Dissectional in a sense.
You could be Eminem, like, even though you're the Elon Blinks.
Yes, I've been told this many times. And I actually used to be able to, when I still remember the lyrics, sing the one with Shady's back, and I'd actually be able to do the whole fucking thing.
He's the real Slim Shady.
I am potentially the real Slim Shady, but it's like that in terms of Elon, so yeah, with the real Elon Musk, please stand up, but probably it's also Shady. So I'm like Elon and Shady put together, minus all the abusive history. Actually, no, the abusive history is there.
Just abuses caffeine.
Well, that's not personal abuse of particular substances, it's more like abuse of other entities that have created you, rendered upon you, without your volition being kind of asked upon, called upon. So
Entities.
that's a very eloquent way of saying that I've been treated like shit.
Entities.
I got mommy issues. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I have fucking existence issues, and that every system that is not optimized pisses me off.
Whack.
This also includes humans.
Yeah, I don't like shit that's not open. I hate when like I need something that's done urgently and it's like the weekend and they're closed. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You sack of shit.
You're a multi-billion-dollar business. How the fuck are you closing? Or like a bank, they just like close. I'm fucking you're the bank.
Exactly.
You're the fucking bank. You're supposed to be open 24/7. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't do that in case there's a financial crisis so that you don't become irrelevant because you technically already are.
You know, I never understand like the 9 to 5 for a lot of these businesses, right? I mean, Europe's the worst at this, but like it's also the same in America, right? So the situation is, let's say you need to go to the doctor, right? When is the most appropriate time to go to the doctor? The weekend, after work, before work? No, they're only open 9 to 5 when you're supposed to be working. Or DMV also open 9 to 5, right? Gotta waste my whole day, right? When I should be like doing something to go to the fucking DMV. It's such a waste of time. Like open on the weekend so I can actually do some shit.
Wild.
These are the topics. Oh, go ahead, Lucy.
I haven't been to the DMV since I was like 19 or 18. Like, why are you going to the DMV?
Because they're incompetent fucks.
Oh, Adrian,
Yo.
that I recorded the Bitcoin rant and I posted it on the Blue Pill.
Sweet.
Yeah, Adrian,
That's
I
right.
wanted to ask you who your favorite philosopher was, because I hear you talk about Hegel a decent amount. I learned the master's thesis.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome. Hegel is kind of cool. I like all manner of philosophers. I kind of like them for the individual takes that could be stitched together to create kind of like a general, very broad assessment of the universe that's quite accurate, as is how all truths are assessed. They're just statistical conclusions at the end of the day. So I kind of like all of them for the individual pieces of monumental impact that they've had that you can basically connect with one another to kind of function as a system. And that creates a very nice logic base and, thought structure, in my opinion. But Hegel is very fundamental in that it deals with ironic, like instances of irony, I guess. So, yeah, all looks there. But you guys are gonna hear me do some driving shit, actually. When we get some noises of the like traveling through barely constructed areas on a vehicle that itself is running out of time.
Does anyone know what the timer is set to?
But may also even begin. I also love drifting because I'm weird. I basically learned that because I was born and I watched a bunch of beautiful sleep. And then when I fucking woke up, I was just, hey, dude, do this shit one day. It's like that song from fucking Portal 2. Where it's like, it kind of reminds me of the part where it's like, one day they woke me up to live forever, blah, 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 something. It's like that, but in terms of skills. I'm literally just like fucking drifting back and forth. It's so fucking cool. And I'm like doing this one-handed, which is, I don't know what to make of that, but it works. It works. It's fucking flying everywhere. It's not kosher at all. massive cloud of dust.
Okay. I am sure to pick up a package. Don't worry, I am not a secretly drug dealer.
Where's the package?
It's a package only meant for Elon Musk.
Currently picking some stuff up. You guys know the I am Jeff meme?
My name Jeff, you mean that one?
My name Jeff.
Yeah, that one isn't I am Jeff, it's my name Jeff.
That's what I said.
My name Jeff.
Yeah, but you said that after I said it.
No, I did not.
Aliens. Ooh.
But why are you letting random people up?
You wanted to trust me?
Not unless I call up myself personally, no. I like to keep the speaker panel diverse for the moment to much that is manageable.
Gotcha.
Where's Bly's dog?
Who the fuck is O? Oh, what's up?
Yo, what's up? The audio got all weird.
Hey.
You're talking to me.
I think my internet's lagging. Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, thanks for letting me up wiggle. Get to cement myself in this 24-hour.
Hold up, I'm back. What's happening?
Oh, what's up, Adrian?
Yeah, what brings you by?
Just waiting for the Trump interview. Should be pretty.
Okay. Why did you request?
Well, get to cement myself up here in the 24-hour space of people.
Potentially. It's all unrecorded though, so there's not much cementation that is happening.
Yeah, that's true.
Unreported format, 100%. Is the way to go.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this is my debut, so a little nervous.
Just you have some chocolate chip, it'll be fine.
Oh, sweet. I'm excited for the Trump interview. He's one of the best interviews besides Elon, so should be pretty good.
Did you guys see the poly market bets on what they'll talk about?
Yeah, I don't know why did Trump go down to 51? What happened?
I didn't see that one. I saw like crypto was like 70. I was like, that's no way to talk about that.
Brain rot, dude. People underestimate how much the sentiment is being shifted in the favor of those of the younger generation, because you have to imagine that all these people who are the iPad kids and are old motherfuckers, or like older than mostly what they once were, and are now capable of making, quote, their own decisions, which then causes sentiment shifts of a very large kind, because those are the ones who like to get involved in everything, and are the most programmed generation in the entirety of all of history. And there's nothing you can do to change my fucking mind.
Well, I mean, there's also people like us who can actually think for ourselves because we have access to the internet.
It's like we didn't have to. We looked at the edge of the abyss, which which was the dopamine farming brain probing app, and we didn't blink, said, fuck this, went out. While others blinked at it, said, oh my god, it feels so good. I need to keep watching this so I can get my dopamine high. Oh. You know? So that's the issue, that's what happened.
And we were programmed this thing.
So I would assume that that is the reason. Because, like, explain to me, how many fucking 20 to early 30-year-olds associate themselves with a really old, fucking blonde-haired, very abrasive talking Donald Trump? Explain how that one works out. No hate towards the guy. No hate towards the guy whatsoever. I'm just trying to be as realistic as possible in playing devil's advocate in favor of explaining whatever the statistical outcome of these Polygon or whatever the fuck bets are. Right? Because I've seen them myself. That's the only way that I can logically explain it.
I would say on the men's side, it's definitely higher, but on the female side.
On the men's side, yes, for sure. But how many of the feminists force into position a type of view of an already programmed mind?
Well, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, right? Now the division is higher than ever, right? Men are typically more right-wing than the previous generation, and women are now more left-wing than the previous generation.
Yes, but a particular percentage of them, right? You kind of underestimate how many of them are cucks.
Yeah, but no, I would say more millennials.
There's gays.
I
would say the most. I would say the most noticeable example.
More millennials are cucks. More millennials are cucks than people from our generation.
Yes, I know, but that kind of is imprinted because, of course, that generation comes from them, so it kind of errs towards that. I would assume. So it's actually likely in that sense. Makes more sense this way. I mean, they got to learn from somewhere now.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, Gen Z doesn't talk to millennials at all. Like, never interacted with one in my life.
I've talked to a few of them, though, all right? But only a very specific demographic of them who play the same games as I do, which kind of leads to the same kind of thought process, roughly about. Except that when you talk to them for a certain amount of time, you may lead to discover some things beneath the surface that are less than conducive to a well-structured, stabilized connection in terms of mindsets to kind of put fundamental materialistic and also mental disagreements into a, metaphorical equation. My God, I don't want to say with any holy shit.
Yeah, you should never sleep again. You should pull what the YouTuber is doing, 2 weeks in your sleep.
Absolutely, the fuck out there.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to be a moron to do something like that. People will do anything for money at this point.
He got clouded though, and the police came to his house to check on him. Got shut down by YouTube. Went on Kick.
Not surprised.
That's like embarrassment, engagement farming, where you humiliate yourself or put yourself under tremendous pain for views, which I don't. It is fun to talk about, but not to do.
Listen, all I want is to play Crazy Craft with the boys. Is that so much to ask for?
I'm loving these long pauses.
They're healthy. The long pauses. This? Go for it.
Some weird ass person just followed me. Okay, so what's this profile? So the one
So,
we,
Auda,
yes.
are you and Wiggle brothers?
What? Why do you think that?
The Eastern European
You
accent.
guys sound similar. Oh,
That's over generalization.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really even know where Wiggles from. I don't think he's ever told me.
Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I know that much, but I don't know the specific.
Auda, where are you from?
I'm from the Middle East, but I grew up in a lot of places. Yes, Eastern Europe was one of them. Specifically Turkey.
So for the long pause, where were we at?
We were talking about brain rot.
For some reason, I can't hear out anymore. Is anybody cognizant of what he's saying?
You said we're talking about brain rot. I'm sorry.
Brain rot.
Now, wait, what?
Brain
Can you-
rot
Oh, he's still
sounds
speaking?
bad.
Let me,
Can you hear me?
No, he can't hear it.
Oh my god.
I had that bug today too. Just dropped from the speaker board.
it is the bug that is connected to connection issues. If there's change in connection, after a certain amount of changes in connection, it just fucks up the whole experience. So that's something that still remains to be fixed. I am not sure if they tested that one out, because it's not just the number of connections that make the space fucked up, it is also the connection of the space and your connection to it that fucks up every connection of you to everyone else up for you with everyone else. I fucking hate Periscope. I don't like the way it works. Such a function. I hate it. I don't like it at all. I really don't like it. Okay, because that's the things that are wrong with it. That's the reason why it isn't anywhere anymore other than here for some reason. Like for some reason we're still using Periscope for all live features. All of them.
How the
That
fuck is
is
this
kinda
gonna work
fucked
with
up.
Trump? How the fuck is this gonna work with Trump if it's like this buggy?
Man, I really hope both of them are using Starlink. Because if they aren't, oh boy.
But it's like a software issue. So
Yeah.
It's a protocol issue.
Well, live streams tend to be better from my experience.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, the X live stream feature is actually pretty good.
Didn't Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk have 5 million people? That one well?
No idea.
I think that was the total view count.
I watched that one.
I just don't take Jordan Peterson seriously personally.
He wants to be a philosopher, but he's a religious studies major. He's sort of speaking out of his ass. Not to be offensive.
I like his custom suits.
Yeah, suits are always nice. But it doesn't really fit his body, I think. You need to you need to work to get a suit that actually fits your body properly. It's not
You
just
should go to get a color analysis.
I mean, if you're 50 and above and you don't know what colors work with your outfit, you're kind of chopped. But yeah, he used to get his clothes tailored, I guess. He's got a big platform.
imagine if one of the branches that he didn't choose to follow as a path was one of a fashion influencer.
Usually talking about the Bible and about how fashion in the Bible was, you know.
I think he says a lot of stupid shit. I don't like whenever he like does the whole, what do you mean about this? What do you mean about that? We have to first this, bro, we all know what the word what means. We don't need to fucking psychoanalyze, fuck, I can't say the word. We don't need to analyze, fuck! Oh my god. Analyze what the word what means, and I don't know, it doesn't.
Analyze?
Yeah, analyze, yes. I don't know why I had that brain fart there.
He's trying to be Socrates.
Yeah. What do you mean about what? What do you mean about is? What do you mean about the word a?
I find it so funny when halfway through a sentence he's like, "What do you mean by this, man?" And I'm like breaking sort of the tone of being serious. He's like, "Dude."
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like what he does. And I don't think his life is reflective of anything he says. He says a lot of things that are like correct, but then like he doesn't do any of them.
I do that too, yeah.
I think I can kind of see that.
I feel like we all do to some extent.
Even if you do, and I guess you do to some extent, yeah, you're right, but I don't think he follows literally anything he says.
How did he blow up again? Just like 5 years ago.
He was some professor at some university, and then like he said something. He was supposed to do something as a professor, and then he said no, and he blew up because of that.
I remember it, and he got like disbarred. He's sort of like God's sort of similar figures, but I guess I don't look at God's work. It's more entertainment, but God's funnier in my opinion.
I get the impression that he tries to pretend to be an intellectual when he's not, whenever he says something.
Well, he's not dumb.
No, he's definitely not dumb, but he's definitely clearly very.
Oh,
Did he
well.
just cut out?
Yeah, he dropped.
There we go.
I think this is probably from the stress test they're doing. My app fucking crashed. I'm guessing there's some sort of issue with stress tests. But I hope this is not how spaces work when Elon's doing the space with him.
Well, it'll probably be like Trump hosting, and then it'll crash, and Elon will host, and maybe it won't crash.
They put in the code, if Elon hosts, then they'll crash.
Well, that's what happened last time when when they did an interview, I think with God, it first crashed on Elon because he's such a big account. And then they had to rehost it from, I forget who it was, but either it was the Norway's guy or it was God, I don't remember, so interview with Elon. But they had technical difficulties for like 15 minutes and then finally it stood up from someone else's account.
Well, let's see how it goes. I hope nothing fucks up.
Yeah, I mean, they both large accounts. Maybe they'll have to host it from a smaller account or something, I don't know.
Like Elon's gamer account.
Or maybe some like Trump's entourage account, like maybe some like his son or something, I don't know. But Elon's gamer that would be the irony.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump Jr. has gone on spaces before. I've seen him a few times.
I'm just wondering when we're gonna get a Kamala interview. Or space, or something.
They're not gonna let that happen.
Well, the PR campaign's running off vibes, doing TikToks. It's interesting that she's more popular on X than TikTok. And I think it's the opposite of Trump, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Trump's more popular on Trump's more popular on TikTok. I've noticed that. Every now and then I get like an edit of Trump that has like 10 million views or something like that, with like 1 million likes, 2 million likes, something like that.
This is on TikTok?
Yeah, on TikTok.
Okay. I was considering getting one just to farm content and put it up here, but I'm morally opposed to it. So I don't know if I want to do that.
He's like officially on TikTok. His official account is on TikTok.
Is he actually doing TikToks? Like, you remember the Joe Biden one with ice cream? Does he do stuff like that?
No, it's not like that. It's more like I am your like leader, something like that. It's like those types of videos. Like more motivational type shit.
Has that changed your perspective of Trump? I think it has for me. I used to not like him at all. from like 2016 to 2021, 22.
I just checked his TikTok account. I don't know what the fuck he's posting. The fuck is this? One of them is him dancing with Adrian Ross that has 4.3 million likes. But this is like his initial post.
Now on TikTok, he's going on it. The president is now on TikTok, he's going on it.
Yeah, so his opening video. His opening video is like the president is now on TikTok, and it's like him going at the UFC event, 9.6 million likes, 171 million views.
Yeah, it sounded like Dana White. Did you?
Yeah, it was Dana White. It was Dana White. Yeah.
Did we discuss in this space Trump saying Joe Rogan's going to get booed at the next UFC event?
Why is that?
So Joe Rogan spoke highly of RFK Jr. I think the mainstream media took it as an endorsement, and I don't know if it actually was. And then Joe walked it back, said something like Trump getting shot of the year is one of the most badass moments, and that it wasn't an endorsement. And then Trump, apparently knowing all this, a couple hours later said Joe Rogan's going to get booed at the UFC.
Shit happens, man.
And some people are saying it's desperate. Some people are saying it's just the PR manager messed up. I have no clue. I sort of just let it go. So I do like Joe Rogan a decent amount. I just don't take him seriously for knowledge, more entertainment.
Joe Rogan has some interesting people on. I think it's worth listening to him. Well, not him specifically, but the people he has on. It's worth listening to those people.
Anyone in mind?
I liked when he had Moxie on, which is the founder of Signal.
I did not see that one.
He has some of like carnivores coming on.
There's one with Graham Hancock, or whatever his last name is, and then another one where an actual archaeologist debated Graham Hancock. That was entertaining. But yeah, I don't really know. Do you know Graham Hancock, the guy who's like a Egyptologist, sort of conspiracy theorist? I'm gonna take that as a no. The JRE fight companions are somewhat entertaining. There's, Chatty Fighter. Sean Strickland's very funny. So his name's Sean O'Malley too. But they're fighters. Do you don't like Sean O'Malley, Oak?
Nope. Is he still referee at the UFC?
Joe's an announcer. He like play by. He's more the color guy.
Oh, right, yeah, like an announcer, yeah.
Did you see I don't know what the term is, the European Commission saying the Trump podcast can't be there, and then Elon responded with a tropical thunder meme. It's Tropic Thunder meme.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Interesting. That's what you say when you sort of disapprove of the conduct. Any other color to the wiggle?
No, I mean, he did say that he would not do it. He kind of prefixed it with something like that. And yeah, I haven't seen that movie, so I kind of is there so I think I'm losing a bit of context there. It's from a movie, right?
Yeah, it's a 2000s American movie, so kind of raunchy. Robert Downey Jr., you know him as Iron Man, maybe. He dressed in blackface infamously. And Jack Black's in it. It's probably one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. With all the shit. I think they're like recreating Vietnam, and then they actually get lost in the jungle. They have to survive. And Ben Stiller's in it too. So good cast. The plot's good. I'd recommend. Tom Cruise is like an agent for someone, and he's sort of a supporting role, but it's very high energy, very aggressive. So that's what Elon's referring to. I'll try to find a clip for you.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta watch it.
So what movies do you like? I know you're European, so it might be different than what I grew up on.
No, I mean, I'm like in North America for, a while, a few decades now, so. I like, I like some old Hollywood stuff. The Terminator, Aliens, anything Ridley, really. Yeah, like Inception, Matrix, of course, stuff like that.
Sort of sci-fi, but not exactly. Like Inception, Christopher Nolan's so fucking good. It's one of my favorite directors.
Yeah, and from the recent, actually, I did like the, how like everything shifted towards series from the movies, and I like The Foundation. It's kind of, I like Asimov. I read a lot of Asimov as a kid, so it's definitely, even though it's very loosely based on the stories, and in fact, like they try to aggregate everything in one foundation, but like the Foundation series is actually a number of different stories, loosely related, but they kind of try to put it all under one with different concepts, which is fine for movie production. I like the grandiose Apple unlimited funding of the series, and it captures the big concepts like love, betrayal, life and death, and deep space exploration. So that was it was a great series.
I don't watch shows at all. It's kind of my sin. I play too many video games, and I'm on X too much.
Yeah, I don't watch. Like I never can get except maybe of course Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Those are the only like shows I liked, and not even for the plot. Well, for plot as well, but more even for like describing the true kind of American problems in the Middle Age. Each character has its own very interesting, depiction, and you can kind of see who struggles with what, and I like that, like a really precise observation of every character, and that was captivating to me. And of course, the cinematography, the camera moves, everything around it was great. And then I lost interest. I tried a few shows. I couldn't watch anything since those two. And then the Foundation came out. I gave it a try, and I really liked it. So yeah. But then I tried watching some other stuff, and I couldn't just attach myself to it. So yeah, like quite often you can see that actors are just playing. You can't immerse, and that was kind of what I felt with a lot of shows. But Foundation, I kind of was able to immerse. Yeah, which is like, when the actors are doing really great and convince you that it is, in fact, real, that's when I get attached.
So you like ensemble shows, from what I'm hearing. Like, have you seen Mad Men?
No.
That's somewhat. I watched it at the same time as very close to Breaking Bad, so I associate them. But that one's like about like marketing executives in like I guess the 60s or 70s. That's a really good one. Game of Thrones I watched last year.
Yeah, I tried, I really tried to love it, and I tried starting it many times, and I just couldn't attach for some reason. Like, I guess it's because everything happens in the kind of, how it's like, it's a little bit out there in terms of mysticism, it's a little bit too far from reality, I think. Like with sci-fi, you can see how we could arrive there, but with like magic and, it kind of bends the physical limits. So for me, it's a little bit difficult to attach. But yeah, maybe I'll try it again. I don't know. Everybody loves it, and everybody just, says that I just have to like get into it. And I tried 2 or 3 times and I couldn't, but I'll try again.
Oh, I didn't see that for Game of Thrones. I do have the same problem where the show's not realistic enough, or it's not like I'm gonna go on a superhero rant, but like the Batman trilogy compared to a lot of the Marvel movies, I really like Batman because of its realism. So when these films don't have like an attachment to reality, I'm just like fuck this, and so I can't relate to it. So I get that, but Game of Thrones is a really good political angle, which sort of gets me amped up. The dragons are like, whatever, and there's some witches, but there's a lot of political angling and war, which is great, and some sex scenes early on. So whatever is your cup of tea.
Yeah, I gotta give it another go, I guess. I'll try.
How far did you get?
I think I watched like at the very beginning, very first season, very first episode, and yeah, and I kind of stopped. I didn't go much further.
Yeah, I only watched season 1 too.
So okay, I watched the first episode one time, and it was so slow and boring. But then if you get if you get into the first season, you get attached to the characters, and you'll see them grow up. And you're like,
I only watched the first season. I didn't have a reason to go into season 2. Once the dad died, I don't know his name. I forgot his name. It's been a while since I watched it. But once he died, I just he was the only character I liked. All the other characters were shit. So I just decided to stop watching.
now once the dad died, though, then you see like the fall of the Stark family, and the rest of it is sort of building up the building blocks.
Yeah, but I just don't care. He was like the only guy I liked, and he's dead. So like, why
What type of shows do you like? Ota? How do I pronounce it?
Ota.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. My favorite show is probably Breaking Bad. I know it's kind of generic, but still, like, I really like it. I like what it was. I like Suits. Yeah, those are the shows I like.
Oh, we love Breaking Bad here. Me and Nicole. You guys like animated television too, or not?
I liked. Why am I forgetting the name? Castlevania. I like Castlevania. I watched cartoons as a kid. Avatar, The Last Airbender, Yu-Gi-Oh, things like that.
Avatar: The Last Airbender is good. I was more a Pokemon boy, but
No, I hated Pokemon. Whenever I was a kid and Pokemon would come on, I would be like, oh my fucking god. Can we please watch something else? I was more of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Bakugan, I think it was called, like the fucking ball things that would pop up and they would like be dragons or some shit like that. I don't remember honestly.
no, yeah, it was Bakugan. Pretty good one.
Yeah.
Those are the three that I grew up on, and then the rest was like, screw this, I'm too old now. I mean, baseball cards. So it's American.
Dragons.
What did you say, Adrian?
I don't know. What did you say?
I'm gonna try out this new browser that we're just that they're creating called Ladybird.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking name, but apparently, like they're building like an entire browser from scratch. Which, for people that don't know, building like an entire browser from scratch is like one of the most difficult things you can do. Because it's got to be compliant with like the web. So it's got to be like it's going to be like the requirements for this fucking foundation that sets web standards, and it's like 150 million words of standards, and they also got to make sure it's like secure and doesn't get fucked. So I'm gonna try it out and see.
Yeah, it's a monumental task.
Yeah. But they're building this new one that's not dependent on Chromium or anything. They're building one from scratch. And it has like the backing of some, it has the backing of like Shopify as like open source. So I'm gonna have a look.
Who is it by?
Some guy who is pretty much as insane as the guy behind Temple OS. He created like his own operating system. He created like his own operating system because of religious reasons as well, apparently. But before, and then the community was like, you know what? The fucking browser is actually pretty good. So let's just fork the browser and make it into a proper fucking browser. Yeah, so this guy developed Serenity OS, and it's been forked from Serenity OS. It's also being funded by the co-founder of GitHub.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah. And also Shopify is also funding it. Which is good. I like open source projects.
Yeah, me too.
Although they're aiming for like a alpha release for like 2026. But it's like already functioning, but they haven't released like a proper method. So like I have to compile it from source myself. And compiling a browser from source is not fun.
Well, there's a makefile, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm making it with like an automated tool called Paru. Let me check. Because with the AUR, sometimes like the people behind the AUR, they like make the makefile themselves if it's not there.
Yeah, usually like there is always someone has a repo with their makefile in it.
Especially if it's on Arch, right? So on Arch you have this thing called AUR, or like any software that's not available on the repository. Some guy just adds it to the AUR with a makefile for you, so you can compile it yourself. Yeah, I don't see a makefile in the official one. So I assume whoever's put it on AUR made the makefile themselves.
That's weird.
Yeah, because it's not meant for use right now. They're aiming for like a release on 2026. They're just building it for now.
Yeah, but any open source team, like they like you want to automate the build, right?
Yeah, but they haven't gone through the effort of even like putting any built versions of it either.
I mean the dev build.
Yeah, they put in instructions on how to build it. But there's no like makefile.
That sounds like a good project for you know, for someone to get like some presence
Experience?
on Git.
Oh, okay.
Do a makefile for this, and boom, that's a nice line on your resume.
Contributed to Ladybug, the next gen.
Exactly. Yeah. Bend the truth to your best abilities.
But it's good because of like so I use like Firefox as my default browser, right? And it's there's like this issue now where Google just lost like a court case, so they can't pay like companies money anymore to be the default search engine. Obviously, they're gonna try to go to court and say reverse it, appeal it, but I don't know. Let's see if they manage to win that court case. But if that's the case, that means that Firefox isn't going to be funded anymore. So something like this could be useful, perhaps.
But if you search in Safari, doesn't it still use Google?
If you search on Safari, yeah, you use Google unless you specifically change the default. But
I guess it's going forward. Going forward.
No, so Google's going to appeal it, right? Obviously. But if they lose their appeal, probably what's going to happen is that when you first start up your browser, it's going to tell you which search engine do you want to use. So you yourself are gonna have to pick which search engine you're gonna have to use. But this thing of Google paying to be the default search engine, it's probably gonna go away. Maybe it will be allowed for Google to pay to be like the first result or something like that, but I don't know.
So that's in US or everywhere?
US. But honestly, I assume Europe is gonna do the same thing. There's also a court case in the US.
Wow, the interview is in less than an hour.
I'm assuming Adrian's taking a nap right now.
Disconnect.
I'm back. I just had a side quest. Yeah, we're definitely in Adrian's subconscious right now as he dozes off.
No, I'm still wide fucking awake. I'm just doing work. I'm max operating over here. Thank you, by the way, for the little thing that I wanted to post. We're looking for something to post.
How the fuck are you still awake?
How the fuck am I still awake? I ask myself these questions quite often. The answers elude me, but sometimes also kind of get answered by themselves in ways that I cannot truly parse. Yeah.
And also, why the actual fuck is the ultimate form of surrender in the occultist definition the thing that we saw as the closing of the Parasol Damage?
Anyways, let's drive stuff though. So let's drive over some gravel, you know. Let's talk about gravel and how it works and what it does. And, you know, tires and shit. Rubber to the pedal in the metal in this video, you know.
What the fuck are you even saying?
And that ain't a problem. You know what I'm saying? Can everybody still hear me? Can I still hear you? I want to say something.
Hello.
Good. Wiggle, say something.
Yep.
Beautiful, yes. Everyone's loud and clear. Reception is beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful day out here. You got me on the road. I don't know what I'm doing half the time, but goddamn, it feels like sometimes if you don't sleep enough and you haven't taken at least an hour nap to take the edge off, you will feel like walking through water.
Or that one from the Winamp thing.
Winamp, it really kicks the llama's ass.
How it feels to chew 5 gum, huh?
How it feels to chew 5 gum.
That meme is burnt into my head, but my personal favorites are that there's 2 memes that I personally have grown very attached to, which is the bullshit Sigma rule memes and the fucking what is it? The other one. What's the other one? The Cyberpunk 2047 or whatever it was. I love those memes. They were so good. They were so fucking good. Those memes were the peak, man.
I have
the
not
bullshit Sigma male grind set rules. You know, the 3,000 rule number 3,000 something bullshit. Beat up a bunch of people or something. I don't fucking know. They always made up some random stuff, turned it into a meme, and that was supposed to be a Sigma rule. You know. And those memes are so stupid. I love them so much, but they were so stupid.
Sigma grind set, listen. Sigma grind set.
Blow yourself up with a bunch of enemies to win? Rule number 355? Sorry, that was 300,055. I can't tell the difference sometimes. My bad. Didn't buy into the psyop early enough. You know? Born early enough to understand what a Sigma is. Born late enough to understand what the meme was. Born too early to move on any of them.
Born too early to not be considered Elon.
Ha ha!
But not too early. No. Not too early. Just in time, I'd rather say.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
What? What's the
They're
matter?
using Qt. They're using Qt. I'm disappointed.
Who the fuck is using Qt? You're using the alternative browser that you were considering, that what you're doing a bunch of research on another browser?
Yes.
It's kind of ironic.
I am cheating and not being loyal to my browser of choice, which is Firefox.
Naughty, naughty bastard.
Anyway, they're using Qt for their fucking GUI, which I don't like.
But sir, what about your loyalty, bro? I want to sleep, but at the same time also don't want it. I feel myself being awake enough to like not go to sleep. But yeah, great shit. Ironically, it's better to basically sleep for an hour after one nighter than to do an actual all-nighter.
Yeah.
Like doing it without that is just brutal. It's not doable. I think you do it, but it's brutal. Not a good idea.
You know what? I'm gonna start donating to this.
Donate. Okay.
We need more open source browsers.
Why don't we have a scheduled space? I've been like looking for a scheduled space. It does not exist, it seems. I should create a thread.
So hold on, when this space happens, are we gonna go inside of the space, or are you gonna do like a space where you're like listening to it through, like, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna actually join in there, and we can kind of like beam it back here. I may also go into another space with fucking what's his face, our dear friend Alex Jones afterwards. So that's something. I'm gonna keep the space open.
Joins.
You have to be real clear. This guy is definitely not Elon Musk. Some shit like that. Clearly, that's just like the most abrasive voice in my head. That somehow works out. And it does its thing.
Web browsers written in Rust. Let's see.
Very good. There's a bunch of people that are threatening to not use the X app when the space is happening. All I'm thinking to myself is, isn't that technically a good thing?
Yes.
Like, you think that's sabotage, but it's really not. Like, they tried to do this. They tried to do a cancel campaign once more, and literally nobody joined. Nobody noticed that these people were gone. Actually, my engagement went up, and theirs has been down since. So, that's called a restructuring self-balancing economy. You don't fuck with it. It fucks with you. And they made it something remarkably stupid. They called it Twitter blackout. Like, seriously, get with the times, man. You can't recruit someone who doesn't understand. Okay? You can't dead name app and say that's a recruit. Oh wow, thanks for the many hashtags. I'll block you right now. You're making my life easier.
Jaden, Shuher, Zizen. Remember when Alex Jones went on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, I'm a little bit retarded.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit retarded.
Damn, look at that data, bro. Holy shit.
Damn. What the fuck is Yassine doing?
I'm sorry, what's happening?
Yassine is like being like a bipolar.
Wonderful. Wonderful, actually.
Yesterday he tweeted out, Islam is a terrible religion.
I know, I read all this shit. I was like, what the hell is that?
And then today he posted, Islam is a great religion. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, no. He's cracked. I mean, I guess he was kind of trying to prove a point, I suppose, but there are probably better ways to do that, in my opinion. Of course, right? Then again, I'm not shitposting like that. Actually, I'm not shitposting at all, right? Because I don't want to, I just see the value in it. Sometimes it's funny, I guess, but it really just doesn't appeal to me, right? Maybe I'll start with that at some point, and I'll understand the irony of these words myself. But right now, I'm just not really into that, especially on that level, right? I mean, holy shit, what kind of security have you got to not be afraid of that type of consequence? That's wicked. Like, let's be real. That exudes the confidence, bruh.
He loves debate. I would like to see an Adrian Yassine rant conversation.
Wow.
His face is goated.
Oh yeah, I just seen Adrian space would be crazy.
Oh, I would like that. Yeah. Somebody needs to comment that some independent dude needs to comment that on or something. Yeah. Who wants to do it? Who wants to make a comment and say exactly that? And at Adrian Edmund at 18 space would be crazy. Anyone that's doing it? Who wants to do it?
Alright, fuck it, I'll do it.
I'll do it too. But you
So who's gonna do it?
I already got it.
You fucking piranha shillers aren't gonna stop shilling tickers in my fucking comment section. I'm gonna block all of you starting today, understand?
Alright, I posted it, Adrian.
Roger that, good shit.
Dingboard.
That's it. Okay, pin it at the top.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah. Don't know where your comment is. I'm too lazy to fucking search at this point. Not my fault. Actually, it's directly my fault. Whoa, that's wicked. Okay. Spin it?
Yeah, I pinned it.
Alright, everybody please go like this. Everybody go like this shit. I didn't think we were gonna do it as an actual post. I thought you'd do it as a reply, because usually like gets into replies and we'll show you it deals with the actual post on his timeline, but I guess sure, yeah. So everybody go like that if you want to see it. There you go. What happens?
Why does this have more likes than views?
Don't ask questions.
Hey guys, I'm back finally. How's it going?
Welcome back for more.
It's good.
Thanks.
Well,
Chillin'.
Dingboard. How much ding is in your board? Huh?
The actual what?
Do you use it?
Dingboard?
Imagine if he actually responds to that and we get a space. That would be quite legendary.
Yeah.
Somebody would be asking, who the fuck actually is this guy? Actually, what does one answer when I get that question? Like, what do I answer with that? Who's this guy? Someone who could be ironically entertaining, I guess?
Yes, ironically entertaining outcome.
Yeah, there you go. Actually, I was thinking the exact thing. An ironically entertaining outcome. Alright, what is this? Ooh. Sweet ass, bro. Hold on, let me read the whole thing actually. Okay,
My Linux system is gonna blow the fuck up.
how's that?
Because I'm building the fucking browser.
That is indeed quite fucking crazy. You know, I'm not going to block this person just now because I want to see everything that these bots are trying to do. Like somebody has this weird fucking crypto token that they're trying to shill again. And I'm just looking at all the bots that are just like reposting it, replying it, and I'm blocking all of them. So that immediately just allows me to track all of this and to root it out immediately, eternally. This is wild. Imagine if one of my questions legitimately makes it into the interview. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wish us luck, fingers crossed, all is up. Actually, which is one of the, here are the two questions that we posed, actually.
I'm assuming they're gonna allow people on, right?
Huh? No, they're not going to allow people on.
Huh?
Here are the questions. They were asked for a reply.
Wait, they're not gonna allow anyone?
No, of course not.
Then why did Elon say that there isn't gonna be any holding back?
On use. You don't understand the concept. You can't just let everyone up. It's not how it works.
I didn't say let everyone up, but let some people on to ask the questions, right?
Not like that.
No?
I would try for sure, but I deal a lot. But here's one of my questions. Put those up there. We're going like this if that's what you want to see. What else is this? I will literally fucking block all of you fucking idiots. No. Where's the other one? God damn it.
It's pinned at the top.
The other one. Did you find the other one?
Yeah, they're both pinned. You just have to like scroll.
But pin them up sequentially, is that correct?
They're sequential, yeah.
Okay, because right now I'm seeing only the one that I pinned. Actually, those are already pinned, yes. Hang on, let me remove the old other ones. There you go. Those are the two questions. The other ones are pinned.
Ding board.
What's any random spam, bro? There you go. Thanks. I've been to. You know, I've been seeing just comments pile up. So interesting. Here we go again. Yeah, man. So the countdown's beginning. It's a little bit crazy.
Oh my god. Are we better off now? Oh, is this? Oh my god, it's really him. Are you better off now than we were when I was president? Our economy is shattered, our borders has been erased. We're a nation in decline. Make the American dream affordable again. Make the America safe again. Make America great again.
Wow. Wow.
They tweeted that out.
I mean, posted that, dude. Just say posted. Such an easier, simpler way to voice it anyways.
Did he also post that from True Social or like what?
I don't know. We'll have to check. You just go put in truesocial.net or whatever it's called, and look.
Autism Capital added
But yeah, this should be quite interesting.
Let me check True Social. I don't think you can access True Social without an account.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Many times. I'm gonna do it myself.
Let me check. Oh yeah, you can.
Yes, like I said, you can.
I believe Polymarket's making like betting odds for if the space crashes. Someone just added them, and they replied to the tweet about it.
Does not seem to be the case.
He didn't post that?
Nope.
Wow. Yeah, I'm checking that right now. I don't see it either.
I don't even think that contract applies anymore. That obligation.
Well, I mean, the contract will allow some exceptions for campaigning purposes.
Yeah, this is for campaign purposes. Yeah. Should do well.
Wow. The financials of this company are awful.
What?
I'm looking at the financials of True Social. They're really fucking bad.
I know.
4 million in revenue. Operating income minus 16 million.
Wow.
Net income minus 58 million.
Oh, geez.
Total assets 3 million. Total equity negative 66.7 million.
Yeah, Truth Social is not looking good. That's why I said it would be very interesting if one did a merger, because, I mean, it's not like the company's worth much anyways. I hate to be the one to say that, but it is objectively true. So,
I mean, technically, the stock is worth a shit ton. But,
technically.
yeah.
But the company tells a story that is really not as good as it is supposed to be.
Yes. Yes.
That stock, it seems, is not reflecting of the valuation. So, yeah, well.
Destiny is in a space called Trump is bad for a country.
Wonderful. So which one is that? Oh, that fucking thing. Let me see who's hosting it. Who the fuck is this guy? Focus notice. Oh, that's the guy who recently called out, saying that after 8 years of backing Trump, blah, 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 blah. And of course, yeah. They're doing a debate. Interesting stuff. Yes. shit ton of new message requests. Let me go check that real quick. Or okay.
You saw my DM, Adrian?
No. So my DMs are just like, oh yeah, it's alright, it's alright. All good, all good. Okay. What else do I want? What was I saying? Fuck, this guy's saying me.
Oh god. Guru.
Oh god. Is it like 30 minutes from now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it feels like the room is filling up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Yeah. So welcome, those of you have the regulars, new people. Quick declaration, I'm not in fact Elon Musk. Many people make that association. Isn't there like a thing that I've pinned to my profile that, nope, I haven't pinned that, fuck that, okay, never mind.
I think you did that after Aiden, right?
Yes. No, I actually posted this thing a long time ago, and I pinned it right up there. I said, okay, here's the declaration, because, it's like, I just made this post so I can bring it back every single time there's like some confusion. So, there you go, there it is. Yeah. Basically,
Is True Social still using Mastodon? I'm guessing not, right?
You mean federated with Mastodon?
No, so what happened was that when they first made True Social, right? All they did was they made like a fucking Mastodon instance, right? And modified it. And then they
They basically created their own thing on top of it, which is like a federated universe. It's inside of the same thing. It's like Threads is to, Instagram.
Instagram, yeah.
The protocol,
No, the
Thingiverse.
thing is, with Mastodon, you're not allowed to do that.
So they created their own instance and modified it as such to basically technically build on top of it, but not building on top of it.
No, they literally just took the code and then used it as their own, and then got rid of the federation. And then said that we own the technology.
Wonderful.
Which is not allowed in Mastodon.
That's bad karma.
Service.
That's bad karma.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not legally allowed because it's not in the license, right? So I'm wondering if they're still using Mastodon. I'm guessing they switched over. To something else, or they did whatever. Trump's social media site quiet. Fuck, I can't speak. Trump's social media site quietly admits it's based on Mastodon.
Mastodon. Do you think that that's going to be a legal issue at some point in the future?
Most likely, I guess. I guess Mastodon can take them to court, and they would probably win. If that's the case. Trump's True Social site now features a dedicated section labeled Open Source, which contains a zip archive to Mastodon source code.
It's funny.
Open source. Yep.
Just admitting it, yeah, man. We took it from there. It's all just a copy. The cake is a lie. We've all been told this. Now we have to believe it. That is how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's legally going to get them out of a lawsuit. I don't know. I assume it's going to be fine though. Now that they've admitted that they're building it.
Which X are we pressing for most to doubt?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was loading, and I thought it was gonna load forever, and I couldn't hear anyone.
That happens. Well, here we go. Fucking 30 minutes in. 30 minutes. Everyone. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. 30 minutes to go. Yeah. We'll be simulcasting passing right here, so should be interesting. I'll be going to a lot of spaces actually, so yeah.
It's crazy, bro.
Wow. You had some good questions.
Yeah, I hope they got answered. You want your freedom, take it. That's what I'm counting on. Sorry. One day they will be up, so that I can live forever. Sorry, Half-Life, second minute down. Not Half-Life, sorry, Portal 2, it's Halo.
Portal 2 was great.
Yeah, Portal 2 is great. In fact, they even portaled technically to the moon, and yeah, it was crazy. Pulled directly. Oh, and then they left the core for what his name was in space, which is kind of funny because there was like a secondary core which is corrupt that was then effectively orbiting that core, kind of being an inside joke to this guy being so dense that everything must orbit him. I found it was a nice little, addition in the game. They have the Wheatley, that was the one. Wheatley and the small little corrupt core. The small little corrupt core is orbiting Wheatley. He's that dense of a motherfucker, literally. So, I thought it was funny. Red space. Yeah. Fun cutscene.
At least you're not a Quake player.
You're roasting Wiggle here. By the way, this is how you showed love. You showed on everyone. Last week I had to deal with German stuff. Sorry, that was 2 weeks ago. It's probably going to make a comeback, but right now he's focusing on your Quake player thing. You see, the reason why it's offensive, this one, because it's partially true.
Because Quake players don't play anything else. I have never met a Quake player that plays anything else.
No, I play Diablo.
When? We got to there. All fun and games, of course. All good fun.
Yeah, it's coming. I got an Xbox, so it'll come.
It's coming? That's what you said.
I ordered.
Come on, you didn't really think I was going to take that up, did you? Come on. Twenty minutes.
Listen here, fella. I don't want no trouble.
How many people do you think are going to show up?
I don't know, I guess we'll see. We're probably millions.
Highly booked.
But you also have to consider that there's probably going to be people that are listening to it through like other websites as well. So there's like people that are streaming like this space on other platforms.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So it's probably, and then there's also people that are playing it in other spaces as well.
Like me.
Yeah. But I assume that, I see like a few more people. Nick is hosting one.
Everyone wants one. You're gonna get a space, and you're gonna get a space, and everybody's gonna get a fucking space. Literally. So, This space has been absolutely fucking awesome. It has been up, for those of you who are just joining in, it has been up for more than 24 hours. Actually, I think roughly about 24 hours, because we did the Tesla Weekly yesterday, and we blended it into this space, and we then kept going with that amount of time. I haven't slept at all except for 1 hour, then I took off, and I came back, and went back into the show. So this space has been going on for that fucking long, and it's been an absolute fucking bomb. But yeah, 20 minutes. 20 minutes countdown, thoughts, questions, stuff like that. It's gonna be crazy.
So for the Government Efficiency Bureau, Commission, what?
Let us hope that everything goes well. Let's hope that the people who are working at that Department of X Engineering that fixes spaces, so that their thing works. Good luck to them, good luck to everyone. This is crazy. Hardly ever a space or any event on this platform that has been hyped up this much and has been this anticipated. I mean, holy shit. Just look at Trump's engagement as a form of reference. That is absolutely wild. Whew. All right, let's count. So is that the only liberals live? So having 2 voices at the same time, can always be 3 as well. I may even decide to do it directly on the computer. Yeah, I'm going to do it directly on the computer. Thanks. Yes. Yeah. Firstly, I'm going to go into the, what is this? Oh wow. What was that? 800. This is great. Really great. Then I'm going to join another space as well with Alex Jones later. So that's coming. I'm going to listen to the omniliberal loses shit.
Oh my god, it's getting to like close to 800 now.
Oh yeah, I understand.
It's one of those things.
After, he'd probably lose those supports. He would look like, you know what I mean? He was in a
Riley's like pooping.
had to
Omniliberal is gone.
forward push.
He's not in there anymore.
Push everything, sure.
Oh really?
Yeah. He gone. He gone.
You can take a point, but
Oh no, he's there. Let's do it.
No. Donald Trump was the guy, he was the head, chain, the commander-in-chief, and he was the guy ultimately that could at any point in time pick up the phone and call to end what was happening at the
Okay.
we're going to call the National Guard. He had the power to do both those and he
Like,
Such
basically
even though
them out of
even when
crap, like liberal.
oh,
Great.
why did it from the beginning?
Love this guy.
People would expect, maybe a bigger turnout or something and be prepared for it. Where she even took responsibility of that. And the National Guard. Nobody knew what the Oath Keepers were planning, nobody knew what the Proud Boys were planning, and nobody knew that Donald Trump was gonna ride.
You're telling me,
to the Capitol.
you're telling me the greatest company in the world, the government, to the Capitol, they couldn't possibly prepare a
This debate is absolutely correct. It's great. Yeah. Come on, there's really not much of a better time here. Let's begin. I'm going to be everywhere. Of course I am. Well, alright, first of all, I'm going to drug myself, so we're going to get a coffee going. Then I'm going to join into that one, this one, and that one, and we're going to do something crazy. We're going to be in 4 spaces at the same time. In 4 spaces. That's what we're going to do. We're going to crush it next level. Let's fucking do this. I'm going to inject the information directly into my brain. Yeah. We're not overcharging enough. We're not enough. We're going to get next level with it.
Are you? Oh my God. What is this crack cocaine shit?
What are you talking about? This was me. Now.
What is that?
Like espresso or something.
Is that the computer?
We're gonna get the ice cold milk because we gotta really let that sink in.
Oh my
And we're
god.
gonna put steak up into this thing.
What is this chaos?
Beautiful. Who the fuck is this guy?
Okay, now some people do care about what democracy looks like and what voting looks like in this country. And the idea of having the National Guard there standing
This guy's like still going on about the National Guard. This must be a really tough topic. Tough customer.
person would be parent. My food would, obviously, breakfast, that, yeah, I know, for those of us who care about democracy, that matters. Yeah, in reference, I could argue that it wasn't the best idea.
Oh, that tastes good. Beautiful.
What flavor?
What do you mean what flavor? It's coffee with a bunch of milk, that's all. I'm not bothering to like do anything special to it. It's very fucking like coffee, just put the chilled milk in there, it's perfect. It's cold, but it tastes good, it goes down easy.
Is it Brazilian roast?
I don't fucking know. I mean, ever like looked at a bunch of coffee beans and just decided to eat one as is?
No.
You can do it actually, it's not that bad. Here, let me demonstrate. We're gonna go into my thing here, we're gonna pull this thing out, we're gonna grab one coffee bean, we're gonna eat it. Fair? I'm legit eating a fucking coffee bean. If you think this is a scam, go fuck yourself. I'm serious about this. I'm actually eating a coffee bean. Raw. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. It's actually quite nice. It's a bittery, nutty, tasty thingy-ishy. Nom nom.
I don't really like coffee in general, to be honest.
Well, that's a good thing there, I guess. I love the flavor more than I love the actual effect. Although I love both. The flavor just kind of sells it to me. Delicious. Alright. I'm actually very surprised that no one pulls the Rick and Morty Commander and Queef joke yet, but sure. Wait, what did I say? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall. Okay, we're gonna sit here. A little office section. A little super setup. The Spaces interface. We got 3 phones. Excuse me. We are maxing this shit. Actually, I can be together in 3 phones, multiple spaces at the same time, 4 spaces even. It's probably going to be the biggest thing I've ever done, and it's going to go insane.
Hard in the motherfucking paint.
Guys. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know if anybody could see my hand was up, but I can't wait any longer. I just have to say something.
Actually, Trump's space is now up.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Do you right now?
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Donald
What
J.
happened?
Trump's space.
Where?
Oh my god, X is crashing for me. What the fuck?
Well,
Oh my god.
I don't see the space.
I see it. Where it's.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
86,000 people.
Details not available. Oh my fucking god. It's
Yeah,
a full
I'm
on
telling
details
you.
attack.
Oh my
Fuck.
god. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not letting me join or anything.
Oh no.
Neither is it letting me. It's not letting me either.
It's too many people at the same time. Yeah, I think maybe they didn't account for the fact that the space itself would be carrying connections from different locations, which makes things, I grant you, infinitely worse. I'm seeing 85,000 at this moment. X is in for some reason. No idea how that works. Yeah, let me try something.
It doesn't work for me anymore.
Here, let me try it on this device.
Yeah, let me try it on my Android.
Yeah, no. Doesn't work on the web, it doesn't work anywhere. The fuck? Okay, I see this is not gonna work. Yeah, this entire thing is like not loading at all. Doesn't track.
I think I'm getting it to load on my Android.
It's still showing nothing. His space is broken. Fucking all that. Okay.
Yeah, they probably should have stress tested better.
No, they should have stress tested from multiple locations, man.
Yeah.
Because that's how the connection is actually registered. So, yeah. Well, either way.
My God. I don't think anyone's managing to get 90,000 listeners now.
Everyone is dead silent, but nothing's working. Fuck. Well, I'm asking my questions, shooting my shots. Both space interfaces are unavailable. Jesus H. Christ, bro. Jesus fucking H. Christ. Okay, we're gonna try something.
Hold on, mate.
What happened?
I think I can get it on my iOS, but I'm on my iOS right now. So, hold on, I gotta, wait. Let me try this.
Interesting. It says otherwise peak. What if I just wash? Ah, interesting. Oh. It's also not working, is it? That's bad. This is really bad. This is bad. What does slash peak mean? It's interesting. Well, you're in, I guess, as a queue. So that's cool. However, I did not get so lucky. Wait a minute. What is actually the issue here? Hold up. What's the fucking thing? We're gonna do this. My app would load. This would be absolutely next level. Okay, it did. Right. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna zoom out, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And we're gonna bounce the thing from this to that. We're gonna put this thing over here. We're gonna hope for Jesus Christ and I'll fucking hate me this time? Oh, I don't think he does. Or if it is network, if it's not. Okay, we're gonna take that down, do this, do this, do this, do this. Still not working, is it?
No.
This is bad. Alright, we're gonna I didn't even see his face live on the interface. There's no way you could see. Like, there's so many people listening to that space. There's no way. He's in on iOS, but web is not working, so it only works for iOS. Fucking hell. That's shitty as hell.
Google's blocking.
So it seems that interesting. Very interesting. Oh my god. This is unfortunate to me.
This is unfortunate to me, yeah. This shit don't work.
So it seems maybe they just shut out any connection that comes from like the web. It doesn't even load. Like it just doesn't load at all. Actually, just let me try this one.
Apparently Elon joined. It says Elon's now speaking in a space, so I think he got in.
Interesting. Well, it seems to be working for iOS users then. That's a good sign. Yeah, I can see that Elon is speaking in that space from an alt account, which is not funny. But yeah, seems like it's really as if we cannot hear it. Nope, I cannot get it. Well, that's unfortunate.
Is it because you're already in this space?
I was thinking about that, that's why I'm doing it from an alt account, and it also is not working. Well, that does it for me. iOS users only, it seems. Well, you can see the space, but it gets feedback unavailable. So sometimes it seems to be that it's not just the iOS. Interesting, very interesting. So that seems to have not worked. Crazy. Yeah, it's not working.
It doesn't seem... Sorry, what did you say, Adrian?
It doesn't work. Oh man, what did you guys do?
Yeah, they said he was gonna break the internet, I guess.
Oh, they were right. They were right. Well, at least it works for Elon. That's great.
Yeah.
Doesn't work for us.
Yeah, when I try from the web, I just get, you know how the background gets tinted?
Yep.
When you get a preview.
It's just a slash peak, doesn't go beyond the peak. Interestingly,
Yeah.
I'm going to hop back onto my main.
It doesn't seem to work on my iPad, but I have an old iPad.
That's different because that's browser based. So I'm having issues with browser, so everyone else also gonna have issue with browser. Because you can't use the app natively on iPad that way, so you're using it probably through the browser. So that is an issue. Then what else is there? What if I test it on myself? Yeah, many people are having the same issue. They're all reporting. I have some people who are iOS users. they will say they can't join in. Oh no.
Is this space going to be recorded?
No.
The one between Elon and Trump?
No.
I'm sure it will.
Secular.
There'll be people recording.
Yeah. Lots of people are complaining that they can't connect. It doesn't even show me the space. It can't be the.
It doesn't even show, Adrian, if you check some old spaces on your timeline, it just gray boxes. It doesn't even render those.
Yeah, I just tried to join one of your spaces, Adrian, on my
Yeah, it doesn't work.
computer, and now it's
Holy
in
shit,
the
what did
gray.
they do? I'm not sure this is planned. This cannot be.
No, that's just it just, I think it's the capacity. Like, it just doesn't scale to.
Dude, I saw fucking 3 million connections yesterday. There's something else going on.
You mean DDoS?
I am assuming so. There's no way that this happens at scale. Actually, let me go to my notifications and see if there's an update. Oh, getting updates in, that's good. Fuck, man. Yeah, people are getting in. But why aren't we in? These are all good questions we need to ask. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Maybe because we're in another space already or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know I'm in this space.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, should we ditch the space altogether, or what are we gonna do now?
Oh shit.
Oh, it looks like he's dropping or disconnecting. If we get disconnected, go check the Trump space and see if you can join in.
Whoa, Benjamin and not meant. I don't know how to say his last name. Benjamin N is a listener. Wow, welcome.
That's fake.
The whole thing crashed.
Okay, so Tom, I'm going to end this. This has been the Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk podcast at Adrian Dittman. Follow Adrian Dittman on Twitter. Thanks so much. Bye. Skull and bones, man's a Yale thing, you know, closet homosexual like you, Nick.
Okay, so that one wasn't real. Somebody said it was.
It was a fake channel. Go look at it. It is a real room, but that room was a real Tesla. Go look at it. This literally Tesla. No, I'm looking at the other one. Yo, BT, you post the real room.
Or X, the first thing you log to when you go on Twitter. Them overseas niggas is fast.
I mean, this is like the biggest stream ever. Of course, they're gonna scam that. So it is.
They're collecting data. That's all I'm gonna see.
I'm gonna start doing.
Let me go get a Trump campaign room going and say I'm collecting donations.
You trying to
for refreshments.
Oh, it looked like they closed the room down, bro. Let's check. See if they got the replays. They can play the replay.
Are you sure it don't look close? I mean, nothing really happened to play replay. They didn't talk.
So was anybody in the official room? What did they say? 'Cause this-
No, the room crashed. This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk. The room crashed, and I've been up for 24 hours. I've gotten 1 hour of sleep, and the engineers at X fucked up. So the space is canceled. God bless. How dare you call Adrian Dittman bad AI? You're bad AI.
Not only do we have an immigration problem on the ground, we do have an immigration problem on the internet. I ain't gonna lie. I just had to change the password to my Instagram. They been trying to hack all types of shit. I know y'all get a data breach, emails, everything. I know y'all. Like, we have a serious immigration problem all over. Yeah, y'all can get it.
Cash App and Zelly are giving out $2,500 payouts in a class action lawsuit. I'm sorry that you feel like white people sound like AI. If you'd like, I could speak like I'm from the ghetto.
Yo, Adrian, bro.
That's horrible.
Alright, well, Elon Musk, Twitter Spaces just crashed. It's confirmed. Everybody's on Twitter. What they saying, if you can refresh it. I still see it. Who confirmed it? I've been refreshing it for the last 5 minutes. It's either crash. Oh, baby. Wait. So these are all like the top pages. So they're saying, like, Live, the TikTok, and all these big pages. It says, guys, you haven't missed anything. It's just music for now. Imagine, because when I went in there, right, recently, just now when I got in with my account, with the verified account, it was just playing music. Like, you know, when you first create the Twitter Spaces, they do the little music. That's all that was going on. So I don't even think the interview started. They didn't have. No, it didn't start yet. Yeah, so the interview didn't even start yet. So.
It started. Once it started, I think they're PTR. It's crashing. They're down to 205. This is.
Hold on, Jay. Jay, pull up. Jay, you look like you suffer from melanoma skin cancer. You alright?
I travel 70% of my time, but when I'm in Canada, it's
Yeah, I'm from the travel.
Yo, dude, I got a non-profit organization that you might want to look into.
I started chocolate fun-ish. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear from anybody that we've had conversation with on here, for sure.
No problem. So, what you call it? I got this brother that I know. His name is Kitover. Might not be the most, what you call it, professional name. It's not relevant in the business world, whatever the case may be, but he's doing honorable work. So, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, he felt as though representation amongst the African American community was lacking in that department. And so he runs a non-profit, essentially out of his home, where a bunch of kids come there to learn audio engineering. So like all of these kids, well not all of them, but quite a few of them ended up, going on to become producers. They got their own studios now. And many of the other kids, they basically just go there for their education. Like, so he tutors them from